Sock spins the wheel tonight. Sparks fly in the firelight. Creepy tales in shadows flight. Mysteries take their ride. Sparky's eyes glow in the dark. Green text laughs ignite a spark. Cryptid whispers leave their mark. Spinning tales till skies embark. Round and round the stories go. Wheel of despair, secrets glow. Laughs and chills, the stories grow. Bonfires glow, midnight show. Samurai taught the silent grace. Journey through forgotten space. Ancient myths we all embrace. Legends woven through the chase. Round and round the stories go. Wheel of despair, secrets flow. Laughs and chills, the stories grow. Bonfires glow, midnight show. Shadow figures on the wall. Eerie echoes, voices call. Cryptid tales, we tell them all. In the night, we stand tall. Shadow figures on the wall. Eerie echoes, voices call. Cryptid tales, we tell them all. In the night, we stand tall. Sock sits down with a grin. Sparky lights the fire again. Samurai dog spins that wheel. Despair stories we reveal. Creepy pastas in the night. Spooky tales, no end in sight. Green text creeps, we laugh and scream. Cryptid chat by fire's gleam. Round the fire, stories flow. Darkest tales we all know. Spin the wheel, fear or fun. Bonfires light till night is done. Sock's tale of shadows and fear. Sparky's love stories near. Samurai dogs whispers low. Mysteries in moonlit glow. Hoofbeats from the cryptid's tale. Whispers of a ghostly wail. Around the fire, legends speak. Every twist makes hearts beat weak. let's bring out the cheer. Tales of horror, tales so clear. Sock, Sparky, and Samurai Dog spin the wheel through midnight fog.
Alright, I'm unmuted. Alright, let me go ahead and unmute myself on Discord so Sparky can hear me. Alright. Nope. Sparky, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Alright, well, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another Wheel of Despair. I do apologize, I have the video player up, but that's totally fine. Just want to say Happy Halloween, everyone. And
hold on to your doogie, it's gonna get spooky.
My gosh. And also, happy anniversary to the Wheel of Despair streams. It's been 1 year ago, this month, since we started doing all this. And, by God, this has taken off really well on this channel, and, you know, I gotta say I love it.
Suck it. Some of you said we couldn't do it, but we proved you wrong.
Yep. I don't know who said that, but, yeah.
You know who you are.
Oh, wrong song. There we go.
The AI music created by SD, who is...
Oh, yes. SD, thank you again for creating the music tonight, or for the intro. Absolutely appreciate it, man.
He can sadly not be with us because he is growing.
Yep, he is out working in the fields right now. He's a good old farmer boy.
I don't think he's ever mentioned what he grows or something like that, but he was making a big sausage last update we got.
It's time to sausage! Or something like that. I forget how the sausage thing starts or goes.
Gave it 7 Mark Ruffalo's out of 5.
0 out of 5! Womp 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 womp.
SD, we're not mad at you. We just want you to return home to us. Please come home safe.
But though SD can't be here tonight with us, he has recorded some of his he has recorded some of the stories that he put on the list tonight. So we'll be listening to those as well when we land on those stories. So SD will be here in spirit.
Wait, we can do this in advance? What the hell do we...
I mean, yeah. I've even thought about, you know, if I can't do like 1 month, I'll just do like a whole recording session with you guys, and yeah. So
that was an option this whole time. Oh my God! All the late night.
All right. Well, let me go ahead and turn on the screen so we can show off the wheel tonight, and let me share that with you, Sparky, so there's no mishandling or collusion or whatnot.
Ooh.
I'm very topical about that. Oh, my God.
Sock is colluding with me. How saucy.
Oh, man. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, I think you all know the drill by now. You know what we do. We spin that motherfucking wheel on a creepypasta, green text, cryptid video. So
I did have a funny idea of what we could have done with SD's. Instead of his just guest offline, we could have had him on the side of a milk bottle or something like that.
Oh wait, no, he actually had something up, and I totally forgot it. Shoot. Okay, I should have prepared this more, and I apologize, ladies and gentlemen.
You know we aren't prepared for this sort of stuff.
That's true, but let me see if I can find it really quickly before we start. Because I know... Fuck it, we'll do it live! Where is it? Ah, here it is. I will just put this in, like, the corner of the stream. So, hold on. Let me turn off my screen on the stream. But, yes, SD is missing. Let me go ahead and just do that right here.
We love you, we just want you to come home.
Save image as missing SD. Alright, I will go to sources, and we'll have that file up in the corner, so we can show that SD is here with us, just missing. Alright, add new source. Missing. Where is it at? Where is it? Ah, there it is. Oh, ooh, it just covered the entire screen.
Noise everywhere.
All right, just gotta shrink it down just a little bit.
Oh, it looks like Plank from Ed and Eddie.
It does. Oh my gosh, I could crop it a little bit, but we'll put it right here. His missing poster will, it'll go right here. So, maybe a little off, but that's all right, folks.
Yeah, careful next to that fire and don't want to...
It just catches on flames. Oh.
It wasn't me this time. Wasn't me.
All right. So, let me go ahead and get back to the wheel, and we'll spin that wheel and see what we get tonight as our first story of the evening. So, as we have here, we have some some stories that have been on the list for a while, like Dream of the Beach, the Aliso tapes, Rules of Passage, and so on. But I'm kind of interested in reading Too Many Teeth and Kagome Kagome. Those are some classics.
I like the sound of Rap Rat.
Oh yeah. Some of the stories that I picked out were stories that I was listening to while on my drive to and from, like, Maryland and Virginia.
Mr. Widemouth sounds kind of funny as well. It sounds like a guy stealing a baguette.
Maybe it's about a Frenchman.
Ooh.
Oh my... Oui, baguette!
Damn right.
Alright. Well, I think you know what we need to do, Sparky. We need to spin that wheel.
Spin the wheel!
And before we do, we do have an idea for an art goal, before I forget. So tonight's art goal idea is, if we get to $100, we will draw the Socken crew as characters from the Rocky Horror Picture Show, which is kind of, in par with the title of this stream tonight, the Socky Horror Picture Show. So, if we get to 100 views tonight, we will have someone draw Sock as Dr. Frankenfurter, Sparky as Rocky, and SD as Riff Raff. So,
yep. Marky in a Speedo. That is quite possibly the most terrifying thing I've ever thought of.
Oh my god.
Most of the time I don't have a shirt on, but never seen my legs.
That'll do. Alright. But without further ado, let's go ahead and spin that wheel.
I'm just curious how they're going to put lingerie on a sock.
Alright, folks. I hope we get... Oh, okay, this one's going to be kind of a long one, so this might be our first big story of tonight, which is my trip to the Philippines. I won't spoil what this story is about, but I think you all might have an idea of what this story might be.
I'm going to take a wild guess, but a trip to the Philippines.
Yes! Alright, let's turn on that bonfire. And let's change that title.
Not too long, but decent read.
There we go. Alright. Now let me...
This is from... Hey, wait a minute. This is from Reddit.
Uh-oh. He found out my secret. Kidding.
Yeah. Last month you gave me a bunch of shit from something from Reddit.
Well, that was with regards to green text. I'm kidding. Alright, well, I will start off this story. This is on r/no sleep. My trip to the Philippines.
How dare you talk to me like that? I'm a Reddit gold user.
A very good friend of mine invited a few friends and me over to see his hometown in the Philippines. He was visiting his relatives for a few days, but he wanted to bring us along because he hasn't been back there since he was about 7, and he was afraid that he might feel a bit alienated at first. We were hesitant to agree due to the cost of the trip and how rude it would be to intervene in a family reunion. No, I know that feeling exactly, because let me tell you, it is almost $2,000 to get over to the Philippines. That trip is very, very expensive. I've only been there 2 times in my life.
If it's outside of Scotland, I have no idea.
Actually, to go to like England or Scotland, it's like almost $1,000 round trip. All right.
Well, yeah, my trip to TwitchCon in LA was not cheap.
I can imagine. I mean, you're going over to the Pacific. Yeah, it's gotta be a long flight. All right. But my friend explained that Filipinos really enjoyed the company and might let us stay in one of their houses. And that is very true, folks. As someone that's grown up in a Filipino household, yes, we're very family-oriented. Literally, we treat our friends exactly like blood relatives. So, we're very family-friendly.
Scotland is very similar. And we never lock our doors. Because if you come into a Scotsman's house, prepare for...
It's sort of the same over there, but they also have but you're also living out in the countryside, so nothing too big.
We'll fight you first, and then we'll realize it's you.
I guess that's a Scottish welcome.
Oh no, you haven't seen that video of the guy waking up on the family sofa, and they offer him a cup of tea and a cigarette. He's like, "I've walked into the wrong house."
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's going on the wheel next week.
To top it off, he showed us pictures of a stunning white sandy beach right next to his hometown. And at this point, the offer was hard to decline. We went there a few weeks ago and just got back. What I experienced, though, still haunts me, even though we have returned. I was a bit of a skeptic, and I would have probably been the last of my friends to believe old folklore. But it seems the locals provided better explanations than I could at those moments. For the first few days there, we were in Manila, the capital, and these days were some of the most normal, you know? The cities there were pretty modernized, and the locals spoke decent English, so we didn't have to feel that, or we didn't feel that set apart. We spent the first few days tasting the food and getting to know the culture. They were friendly people, but they weren't very chatty. By our 4th day, it was time to go to our friend's place, which was a long way from Manila, in a province called Bicol. We traveled by car. What's that?
You're making these places up. There's no way those names are real.
Actually, I have a funny story. A friend back in high school, or a classmate of mine, we were in a group chat when we were doing Les Mis. Oh, this music is very loud. But we were doing a musical, right? And we were in a group chat. And one of my classmates, he was also half Filipino. And he says, yeah, my dad's from Quezon City. I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. And then our friend who's smoking weed sends a fucking video of himself saying, what the fuck, Quezon City? This sounds like a galaxy far, far away. I'm dying of laughter. I'm like, no, it's a fucking city in the fucking Philippines.
Yeah, Bicol sounds like something you clean floors with.
I don't even know where Bicol is at.
Bicol.
Because my family's from like the northern part of the Philippines, like northern Luzon, southern Luzon. So, we traveled by car, which nearly took us half the day, and the further we went, the more rural the places looked. Vast roads turned into rice paddies, and buildings became huts and old wooden houses. The old vehicles on the road were rusty pickup trucks, pedicabs, and jeepneys. And for those that don't know what a jeepney is, that is basically an old World War II Jeep that has been makeshift to be turned into a bus. And they are very cramped and small.
Basically a box on wheels.
Yeah, you all can like look this up on your own. You'll see what I'm talking about when you look up jeepney. Because literally what the Filipinos did after the Second World War was, well, we got a bunch of Jeeps that the U.S. gave to us, and there's still a bunch of Japanese vehicles, too. We can just combine these two together. Yeah, that's how you get the jeepneys of today. But, back to the story. The only vehicles on the road were rusty old pickup trucks, pedicabs, jeepneys, and our rented Toyota Vios stuck out like a sore thumb.
Toyota fun.
We stayed there for around like 12 days, and here were some of our downright creepy experiences. Day 1. We arrived at my friend's place, and his family welcomed us with open arms. There was a simple party with enough food to feed a whole neighborhood, karaoke, which was a Filipino staple, and beer. It was all fun, and everyone was laughing, singing until it started to get dark. And this is when it started to get strange. Immediately after the sun went down, at around 6 p.m., they started cleaning up and guests started to leave. It was strange, because it was so early and everyone still looked as if they were having fun. I asked my friend why the party was over so soon, and he just said that people in these parts hit the sack earlier, and they say it's not safe to go out at night. The thought of this place not being safe really just confused me, since the town was so small and very rural. So criminals didn't seem like an issue, but I shrugged it off, and we slept in an extra room in my friend's house. Day 2. My friend brought us to his cousin's house down the street. He was close to her and as a kid and really wanted to pay her a visit. She was 5 months pregnant and he couldn't wait to see her. But when we got to the house, there was a few men boarding up the windows. My friend yelled at the men in Filipino. I couldn't understand, and one of the men yelled back. My friend explained to us that he was her husband and that we could go right in. We climbed the steps to the door, which were strangely sprinkled with salt, and turned the doorknob, which hung a necklace of garlic. We apprehensively went into the house, and I could see his cousin sitting in a rocking chair, her belly slightly bloated. The two cousins chatted for a bit, until the strange modifications to the house were mentioned. We were all curious, and she could see that. She spoke rough English for all of us to understand, and the words she managed to say were, "I'm afraid of the tick-tick." And to those that don't remember, tick-tick, from the last stream, we've talked about that in the cryptids. There's another name for that, which is aswang.
Aswang?
Yeah. So I think you all know where this story is going.
Mm-hmm.
My friend scoffed at that statement, at which we all looked at them in confusion. My friend explained that the tik-tik, or aswang, was an old Filipino legend of a humanoid monster with a long tongue, which it used to suck out fetuses from the mother's womb. 3 things deterred the tik-tik and other Filipino monsters: salt, garlic, and anything blessed by a priest. So basically, use vampire logic here. Like my friend, I didn't think anything of it, but the fact that the locals would go through all this trouble meant that there must be something more to it. We went on our way and said goodbye to my friend's cousin, but that wasn't the last we were going to see of her. Day 4. We were starting to get bored, so we decided to go to the beach. It was beautiful, with crystal clear waters and smooth white sand. The only thing strange was that there was nobody out there swimming, and everyone stayed well away from the water's edge. When we tried to get in the water, a fisherman went over to us and shouted at us to stay away. My friend went over to talk to him. The fisher told him that a little boy went swimming in these waters the other day and went missing. When the boy's friends were questioned, they told the parents that he was pulled down into the water and dragged by the ocean. There were some speculated that it was the work of a shokoi, a sea monster, who dragged swimmers into deep water to feast on their flesh. I've actually never heard about the shokoi. That might be something we'll look into next time.
So long as it's not a giant gelatinous cube from
Oh
last
my
month.
god, don't... Ladies and gentlemen, if you see a giant gelatinous cube on the beach, for God's sake, do not stick your dick in it. Don't think, I shouldn't put my dick in it, however...
Doesn't
Don't do
matter
it.
how much you've been drinking, do not put your dick in it.
Do not. Do not come. I was thinking of the fucking Kamala Harris bit where she goes, "Do not come. Do not come." And then Trump going, "I'm gonna come." That's like what
I'm just thinking of that cyberpunk thing, the Keanu Reeves taking his glass off.
What makes you come?
Getting cum.
Oh my god. No, where
Oh,
were
that
we?
took a drastic turn.
Yeah, we just started talking about like a monster who drags people into the water to eat on their flesh to the cum monster. This was the second time a monster was mentioned to us during our stay. Though we didn't necessarily believe him at the time, we still didn't swim at respects of the missing boy. That night we ran a little late getting back to the house and we rode a jeepney. The sun went down and it was pitch black aside from the headlights made by the vehicle. We passed by a man walking along alone beside the road, and when he saw us, he raised his hand, gesturing us to stop. The jeepney driver kept going and ignored the man. I told my friend to ask the driver why he ignored the potential passenger. My friend told me that the driver didn't pick up people this late, and that the driver feared that they might not even be people at all. Spooky. Day 5. We woke up that day, and we were surprised to see that none of our stuff was as we left them when we fell asleep. Our bags were wide open, and all the clothes were thrown around the room. The pillows were on the floor, and the shoes were on the bed. The room was just in complete chaos. My cousin called for his grandfather, whom owned the house, to see the mess. He looked around the room and chuckled. We asked him what he was laughing about. He whispered something to my friend, who translated this message. He told us that the children must have gotten into the room. It was strange since we never saw any children in the house before. I asked the old man if they had kids in the house, and he managed to make out the words, "used to." After this experience... yeah. After this experience, I grew ever fearful of what this town had to hide and how much truth these legends had.
That's like a hot pocket of paranormal activity.
Let me tell you, I was actually going to put this on the stream tonight as a cryptid, but it really wasn't. So I'll tell this little story after this story. It's a story that my mom has told me.
Mm-hmm.
But
I was going to put a ghostly bagpiper on the cryptids list, but I never got around to doing it.
Gotcha.
I couldn't find it. We got them everywhere in Scotland.
Well, Sparky, you want to pick up at day 7?
Day 7. A couple of days ago, we learned that nothing went outside the house at night for fear of some strange things. But it turned out not everybody followed the rules. That morning, the whole town was distressed as a body of a teenage boy had been found beside a clump of banana trees near a densely wooded forest. He had been impaled by a sharp piece of bamboo sticking out of the ground. He was supposedly with a girl that night, but no trace of her had been found. My friend had overheard some gossip from the townfolk and explained that what the locals thought had happened. It turned out the two had been seeing each other behind their parents' back, as teenagers do. Oh, young love.
Oh,
It's
Romeo
all
and
fun and
Juliet.
games it's all fun and games till someone gets eaten by a cryptid.
Oh my gosh.
And that these two teenagers weren't particularly superstitious, so they arranged meetups at night despite the elders' warnings them of the dangers of going out after dark. It was said that a colony of encantos might be
Oh,
butchered.
that was the thing I was going to put on tonight, but I totally forgot.
Which are sort of like fairies, but a lot more sinister than those in the fairy tales, lived up in those banana trees. The prince saw the young lady and wanted to take her as his bride. These creatures had the ability to control nature, so the prince made the bamboo grow out of the ground and stabbed the boy in the chest. He took the girl away to the land of the Encantos, where she would be forever trapped. Yeah, something similar like that in Scotland. Can't remember the name of it though. You can burn them with iron. Normally they would just brush these stories of nonsense, and after all that I've heard, I didn't know what to believe.
Yeah, the Encantos, so the fairies there, those are actually, so I'll go into more explanation after this story, but like, what some people believe that the Encantos are when you look at the banana trees and you see a bunch of fireflies, those aren't really fireflies, those are fairies. Or, like, spirits.
Yeah, the Scotland version is a grugratch. They sort of steal babies away to take them away to their lands. And they usually have a thick Scouse or Liverpool accent.
Oh, wow.
Day 9. We didn't do much that day because one of my friends caught a terrible fever. He was burning up, and the nearest drugstore was miles away. Without our knowledge, my friend's grandfather called in a witch doctor. Oogaba.
Wait, what? Let me see that.
Every time I think of witch doctor, I always think of the mask from Crash Bandicoot.
Oh. I thought that was the actual name. I was like...
Anku Aku. That's the noise he makes whenever you bust him out of a box. From his first look of him, I knew he was nothing more than a quack. Just a frail old man who looked like he needed the medical attention. With him he carried a basket of leaves, herbs, candles, and other junk. I didn't want him to touch my friend because I feared it would only make him worse, but the family insisted, and we let the doctor into the room. He felt my friend's forehead, and he asked him to take off his shirt. My friend was sweaty and pale as the quack rubbed a bunch of leaves onto his back. The doctor faced the family and asked them for something. My friend ran over to stop them, but the family reassured him, and he sat back down. I asked him what happened, and he said that the doctor asked him for the juice.
Yo, Doc, can you give me that juice?
Oh god, it gets worse. He asked for the juice of a 1 day old puppy.
Oh!
I was surprised and confused, and was unable to speak at the thought of it. An hour later, a relative arrived with a bowl of slimy red liquid.
Oh.
The doctor grabbed it and mixed it in with some herb, which made it look a bit like mint. He held it in front of my friend's mouth and made him drink it. He nearly barfed at the horrific sight, but couldn't speak due to the other shock. The doctor stood and left the room, as did my friend's family. When we were alone, we argued among ourselves on why we would let that nut touch our friend. We stopped at as our friend slowly stood up and looked at us with his normal reddish tan skin. He no longer felt warm, nor did he show any signs of even being sick in the first place. The doctor cured him. I don't know how, but he did. Day 10. This was a Sunday, and when we woke up in the morning, my friend's family was already urging us to go to church. The church was Catholic, and they kept the doors open to let the air in.
Oh yeah, because it gets really fucking dry over there.
Yeah.
Also, the typhoon winds. Oh, once the monsoon winds. Once those monsoon winds come in, oh, it makes things so much better.
You have never felt coldness until you've been at a church in Scotland. Like, they are literally like freezers.
I can imagine.
It doesn't matter how much heating they have, how much like modern day heating, they will always be cold. They are crazy cold. They weren't Catholics in the area. A few of my friends and I who weren't Catholic stayed outside. Pretty much the rest of the town was in the church. It was about midway through the service when an old man arrived. He just stood outside, staring at us with a creepy grin. The town folks started to notice him and immediately gestured for us to go inside. We followed. Once we were through the doorframe, the man's grin disappeared. Everyone was just staring at him, wondering if we could, he would do next. A few minutes later, he left, and the mask continued as if nothing had happened. Sounds like the Crooked Man. We went over to our friend and asked who the hell it was, and he told us nobody knew. I asked why the whole town seemed afraid of him, and they didn't seem to know him. He simply replied, "In such a small town, not knowing somebody is scary." I still have a lot of questions in my mind, but decided to keep them to myself. Who was that man? Why did he intently stare at us? And why did he not follow us into the church? See, I think in Scotland, in like small towns, we have the opposite problem. If you're an outsider, you will be treated with such contempt and like you like. If there was ever a town that is suspected of being a cult, it would be mine.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I know over in the Philippines. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, if there's an Eldritch horror beneath my town, I would not be surprised.
My gosh. Yeah, with the Philippines, I mean, if you're an outsider, it really depends on what type of outsider you are. If you're like, another Asian person, they're gonna be like, hey, he's different, but he's still just like one of us. But if you're fucking white, pale as day, white, oh, they're like, oh, give this guy some room. Like, my dad, he was telling me, we went to church. Well, I saw this, but we went to church one day near the northern part of the Philippines, and literally, it's a big old church that was built back during the Spanish colonial days. But we're walking in, and, Mass is starting and such, and everyone just turns and they see my dad, and they're all staring at him. Even the fucking priest just pauses a bit and then gets back to reading what he has to read, just so he could look at my dad, who's white.
I think the best way to describe my town is, have you ever read the book by H.P. Lovecraft, The Shadows over Innsmouth?
I haven't. I've been meaning to read a lot of H.P. Lovecraft.
It's a very good book. It's basically about a private investigator that comes to a small town to, uncover a murder that happened in the town, and he finds, this big conspiracy about, Dagon and, fish creatures coming to live among the people.
Oh, I think I've heard of this one. The Fishman.
There's been a few games of it. Mm-hmm.
Yep, I've heard of this one, yeah.
Yeah, day 11. We were woken up by the sound of screaming coming from a few houses away. Oh no, there's only 2 paragraphs left, and I think this is going to circle back to the... It was early, around 3 a.m., and the whole town ran out of their houses to see the commotion. It was coming from the house of my friend's cousin. We ran over, still in our pajamas, to see a decently large crowd gathering in front of the house. The husband was climbing down the steps, frantically shouting something in Filipino. My friend looked over at my other friend and grabbed her shoulder. He told her that they needed medical attention. She nodded and walked over to frightened man, with the rest of us following closely behind. She tells the man that she's a paramedic, and she grabs her hand, tears flowing down her face, and yells, "Salamat."
That means thank you.
Thank you. Which is the one word I actually knew. It meant thank you. He leads me inside the house, and we quickly follow. The woman was sitting on a rocking chair, her face wet with tears and sweat. My friend does a quick check on her, feeling her belly and asking her questions, while my other friend translates. After a moment, my paramedic friend looked up to us and said, "Her baby's gone," she said. The rest of us were just in shock. She asked the couple if there had been a miscarriage, and they denied. She told us that there were fresh puncture wounds on her belly button, as if someone poked a large syringe through it. This puzzled us, as there was no way an intruder could have gotten in the house since they were boarded up all the windows, and the couple said that they had locked the door. It started to rain outside, and I noticed the ceiling started to leak. I looked up and saw that there was a golf ball sized hole in the roof. I asked the couple about the hole, and at first they seemed confused, like they didn't know that there was a very noticeably large hole in the ceiling. When the woman saw it, she got down on her knees and she cried. She kept shouting a word in Filipino, constantly yelling "tick tick," which was the only word I understood. When the sun rose, my paramedic friend and Filipino friend stayed in the house, while the rest of us left. I can never forget what transpired in that house. Day 12. This was the day we left, and to be honest, I was relieved. But I was also frustrated. We didn't leave with happy memories and refreshed spirits. Instead, we were left with questions about the town where my friend spent his childhood. But perhaps the bigger question that bothered me is if there are any other towns like this in the Philippines. And if all of them were just like this town, I guess these questions won't be answered now, and I don't know if I'll ever come back. We left the town, and as our car drove away, we looked back at the locals, waving their hands in goodbye. They looked like they were relieved we just left. Edit. The commenter corrected me in saying that Baikal was a region, not a province. I looked up, and she was right. Sorry for my mistake. I don't know much about the country's geography.
And that is the story about my trip to the Philippines.
The end. It's from the No Sleep Reddit.
Yep. I remember I listened to the story years ago on the YouTube channel Creeps McPasta. I used to watch the guy until it came out that he was actually a groomer.
Tick, tick.
Yeah, something worse than a tick, a groomer. But yeah, I remember hearing that long ago, and that's when I got really interested in the story about the aswang and the tick. So yeah, it's a very interesting story, though. I feel like there's moments where, it sort of builds up and then the end just kind of goes, it's very rushed at the end.
The thing I find funny about the tick tick is you think, oh, it's just a local legend, but if this is happening in all of these villages all over the Philippines, if there's there must be some hint of truth in it.
Well, I mean, if you do remember correctly, I don't know. Well, actually, I don't remember if I said this in the last stream, but there is some sort of truth to the tick, but not in the sense of an actual creature, but actual nefarious individuals. For example, during the 1950s, as you know, U.S. didn't want communism going into Southeast Asia, and there was a rebel group in the Philippines called the Huck Rebels that were communist, but not really. They just didn't like the current people that were, running the government at the time, because some of the politicians in the Philippines were once people that were buddy-buddy with the Japanese. So the CIA got wind of that, and so they used the folklore about the tick to use that to attack the Huck Rebels. And literally, they would puncture 2 holes in their necks while the Huck Rebels were on, patrol. And then they would scare the rest of them off the mountains so they can turn themselves in.
Damn.
But there is some truth to some of that lore about this person had 2 holes, that meant there was this person here. But I'm very curious on some of the legend, or some of the stories or cases where you do hear that a woman who is, pregnant, unfortunately has some sort of horrible thing happen to them, where the fetus is gone and they do have 2 puncture holes.
I see. And if it's happening in lots of different places and that, there must be something going on.
Oh, of course, yeah. There is, to all these little urban legends, rumors, or folklore, there is some sort of truth to them. If you dig deep enough, you'll find something that'll actually be truthful.
One thing that always fascinates me about cryptids is you can you can find one cryptid and then you'll look at it in like another place in the world and there'll be a similar sort of cryptid
Oh,
which sort of like things it. So that to me says that they're a species and they're traveling.
yeah. Actually, it's funny that you do mention that. I do have a cryptid tonight that is very, very similar to the Loch Ness monster, but here in the, but it's been spotted here in the Chesapeake Bay and around Virginia and Maryland.
Yeah, good old Nessie.
So, and yeah, I do agree with, like, when it comes to the cryptids, like, we hear all these stories about, like, oh, these weird creatures, but if we really look at it, sometimes they're probably just species that were, you know, that once were there, like, according to, like, other knowledge back, according to other historical documents or whatnot.
I mean,
Or,
your best case, your best example of it is Bigfoot in the Americas, and then in the Himalayas you've got the Yeti and the
Oh, yeah.
abominable snowman, and that, and they're very similar looking creatures, just different colored fur.
yeah. But the cryptid topic is always interesting. But I think with that, I'd have to say my trip to the Philippines after reading it a second time, I'd say it's a good 6 out of 10 for me.
Yeah,
Wasn't
like
too
it's
bad.
it's not one of the cringe ones like a hoo
Man hook car door.
At least it's going off something that's like actually based in reality. Like, I know cryptid's reality, but it's a folklore. Like, it actually happens. If you go to the Philippines, you can learn about these.
Yeah. Also, I'm noticing the chat. Soultail has a question mark and then champ question mark. I want to ask this. Before we continue, can you hear us? Because my mind is going, I hope to God that we're not just dead air. Which I'm going to check that really quickly.
I think it's because we're not really responding to the chat. Like, I'm reading some of the Soultail's comments. Like, Scots are really fun people. Yes, we are. We are very fun people. Man of War is deadly. Yeah. I think that was from when we were talking about going to the beach and seeing the gelatinous cube. Like, yeah, Portuguese Man of Wars you do not mess with.
All right, so I checked the audio on my side. It seems to be doing all right.
Yeah, it's just I think because we were reading and having such good discussion that we weren't really paying much attention to the chat.
Yeah. So, okay. I just want to make sure that, you know, there wasn't any sort of fuck up on my end. So,
yeah, we apologize for this. We'll try and respond to chat more.
Yes, and we will. All right. I think we have time for like one more before we get into the green text. So,
yeah,
turn
let's
off
do this.
bonfire, and I hope we get like a shit pasta.
Or, something short.
Yeah, something very funny. So here we go. Ooh, what's this? I found a letter from my stalker. That sounds really
shit.
creepy. All right, let me go ahead and change the title of this.
It's quite a long one, though. Mm-hmm.
We'll get through it.
Whatever. Found a letter from my I can only imagine what a stalker something stalking me would be like. You do realize what you're following, don't you?
Oh shit, that was actually sort of what my mom was calling about. So, I might have to get my mom some mace, or I'm gonna have to convince my dad to take my mom to get some, lessons about how to hold a gun, how to use a gun, and eventually get her license. Because apparently she was telling me last night, as she was getting off of work, or last night when she was working at her job, there was a drunk guy that came in. He went up to one of my mom's coworkers, and I'm gonna say pardon my language here, but I know we said worse shit on here, but this is an actual serious thing. But this guy
We've read a creepypasta about Jesus and Hitler. Believe me,
But this drunk guy goes up to one of my mom's coworkers and goes, "Hey, let me grab your tits," And my mom's coworker's trying to laugh it off, but according to my mom, this guy was serious, and he says, "I'm gonna wait outside for you." And my mom, she works like the last 2 hours of her shift, and my mom, she's about to take out the trash, and she sees the guy right outside the door waiting for them.
Oh dear.
Yeah. And so they had to call the cops. 4 squad cars, she said, pulled up to her workplace. Oh, I didn't. Oh, wait, no, I shut off the wheel. Never mind. But 4 squad cars come in. I don't know if they arrested the guy or whatnot, but my mom's now a little terrified, leaving work at night. So, but yeah, no, there was a guy stalking this one employee of hers, and he was wanting to do some nefarious shit. Which let me preface this, folks. If before we get into this story and after what I'm saying here, if you are a person that's dealing with a stalker, please report that to the authorities immediately. And I will just say we do not condone that here whatsoever. That is a serious crime right there. So, but with that, I think we should get right into the story.
I can't remember the name of the movie Kat showed us last year, but we watched a movie last year for Halloween about a stalker, and if you just watch that
Creep?
and do the complete Creep.
I haven't seen it, but I've heard about it.
Opposite of that movie, you'll be
Star.
fine. Hey, sir.
All right, 12 minutes, not bad. All right, I will start off the story.
That movie had me foaming at the mouth. I was so mad at it.
Well, one of these days, I'll have to, get into a call with you guys and watch that movie. Or just sit down and watch it myself. So. But, ladies and gentlemen, I found a letter from my stalker, written by Minister of Fowls. Or Minister of Fowls. Or, yeah, Minister of Owls. I said Minister of Fowls.
Minister of Fowls.
Oh, man. Well, I found this note nailed onto a tree on my front lawn. I really don't know how to describe it. I'll just let you read it yourself. I saw you today. It was your birthday. You didn't see me. You hardly ever do these days. Your skin looks so nice and healthy, and your eyes, they were the most beautiful I'd ever seen them. You've grown so much. I remember how different you used to look when you were younger. I remember the day I first met you. It was 4 years ago. I was sitting at my desk, head down, listening to the teacher rattling off names for attendance. The teacher called out a name I didn't recognize, and a stranger's voice answered behind me. Was there a new student? The teacher didn't pause for a second, just continued calling out name after name. I turned head to where the voice had come from. Then I saw you, a pale thing, so thin, your eyes so red, at a seat that should have been empty. I saw the fireflies flying around you, flickering, dozens of them, never straying far from you. And now seeing fireflies, I will make sure to talk about the thing I was going to talk about earlier after this story. I saw them going through you and coming out through your skin like you were a mist to them. Can you believe I thought you were a ghost? No one else seemed to acknowledge the new stranger sitting at the back of the class. Class after class, hour after hour passed as I waited for something to happen. For someone to notice you, for you to leave, for you to let out a ghoulish scream and claw at me like in the horror story I was certain I was in. But nothing happened. Teachers came and went, my classmates laughed and slept, and you just sat there. The bell rang for recess. The other kids ran to their mundanities for the day, leaving me and you together in the empty classroom. You stood up, pulled a chair from the desk next to you, making it face your desk. You turned your head to me and spoke. Well, you're slow today. Come on, ask me your questions. I don't know why I didn't run away screaming at that moment. Probably would have turned out better for me in the long run, but let's not speculate. I guess at that point in my life, I was pretty bloody lonely. I figured there was only a 50-50 chance you'd eat me, and the other 50 was that someone wanted to talk with me. Kid priorities don't make sense to me either these days. So I went along with the flow. I walked over to your desk, sat down on the chair you pulled for me, and asked my question. What were you? You told me you didn't know. You said that once you were a child just like me, with parents and friends, used to go to the same schools as me. Then one day, one ordinary day when you were 10, you just woke up and you were like this, covered in fireflies, and no one could remember the moment they concentrated on anything else. No one, not even your parents. You told me of how I noticed you every day, how I'd think of you until recess every day, how I'd come to you every day, how we would talk every day, how we would meet for the first time every day for the last 3 years, about how I'd forget the instant I walked out of the room, how everyone would forget you, how the fireflies would make them, how for the last 3 years you'd be alone. Your story was very hard to believe, so I didn't. I asked what reality prank show I was on. You looked, well, unimpressed, and asked me to continue telling my story. What's that?
It's just a prank, bro.
It's just a prank. Get pranked!
Fireflies, just a prank, bro.
Oh my gosh. I was caught off guard with the non sequitur. You said last time I was here, I was telling you a story. A horror story about a haunted house. As you detailed the story, goosebumps prickled my skin. It was a story I'd been making up in my head. A story I hadn't told anyone yet. And at that moment, a million reactions were open to me, all simultaneously adequate and inadequate. But the only thing that seemed proper was to finish the story for you. So I did. Halfway through, you interrupted me to ask if my mother had recovered from her sickness yet. I had to shake my head, a bit ashamed at the fact that I shared this private matter to a stranger. The story ended a few minutes before recess. My next class was in another room. You told me to go. Your steadiness took me back. You seemed so accepting of your fate, like you'd already gotten used to the idea of being forgotten forever. I was a kid back then. I wasn't a particularly smart kid, and I was probably on the onset of a crush, so you can excuse what I did next as an example of my childhood stupidity.
Yo, he fell in love with a ghost girl. What a dumbass.
That reminds me of a song. I'll probably play that for the next stream.
Oh yeah, if you've got a girlfriend, where is she? Oh, she's not real.
She goes to another school in another dimension. She's in a ghost dimension. Don't ask me more about it.
Oh no, I'll just get visions of that lol cow that flipping the thing Ghost Squad. Oh no.
Oh no, not that guy. Was he the one that tried shooting up a supermarket but didn't kill anyone and just killed himself?
He missed miserably.
Rip Bozo. Like, I hope you burn. I grabbed my scissors, pressed it against my arm's skin, and dug in. As it drew blood, I pushed it forwards till the cut formed the shape I wanted. And let me just say this, folks, if you are I need to do this more often, but if this was a trigger right here, I'd say hop off, wait a little bit until the next story. So just want to make that clear. So because I know we've had stories in the past that have stuff like that. So trigger warning on future stories on this stream.
Should really get a picture of something, like a little doodle or something.
Yeah, I should probably do that more. Ah, man. Letter by letter, I carved your name onto my arm. Just so you know, I don't regret that. Don't get me wrong, kid power might have made me do it, but it sure as hell didn't make the pain go away. It was one of the most painful experiences of my life.
You were in school, dumbass. Use a pen and paper.
Just get a fucking pen and write the fucking name down. Don't have to cut yourself. Like, please, anyone that has that, if you're planning on cutting someone's name into your arm, please, for the love of God, go seek medical help immediately. That is not normal. That is very serious.
Yeah, it's almost like pen can write on skin, too. Don't carve it into your arm.
Exactly.
Idiots.
But even then, as a kid, I thought what was happening to you was unfair. I remember how your eyes closed when you saw that, the confusion, how strange it was for you that anyone would want to remember. I remember that look so clearly. When I woke up the next day and saw your name on my arm, I remembered you. I did not forget. Sparky.
Did not forget. Where we at?
That day for the first time.
That day, for the first time, we had a conversation that wasn't so one-sided. You said no one had ever done anything like that before, suggested I might have to have a mental illness. I won't deny it, that drew a little blood. As we talked, a creeping thought came in my head. Did you prefer it when I didn't remember? That night I was sitting up on my bed, staring at your name on my arm, wondering if I should cover it up so I couldn't see it. It gave you back your privacy. When I heard a crash, I looked up to see my bedroom window shattered and a dirty rock on the floor. I looked out of the cracked window and saw to see a dark figure on my lawn. You were outside yelling. How about how we should hang out? It took me a while to get used to how bad you were at talking to people. Years without practice made you quite a bit rusty. That was alright. We had a lot of time. For the next 2 years, we spent most of our free time together. Most of the time, we talked. You tell me an aspect of your life and how you lived. You still stayed at your old house. Your parents never noticed the food that had gone missing, never noticed the extra room, or that you'd stolen the extra key. One night, I confided in you that I was beginning to think you were a part of my imagination, Fight Club style.
Oh my god. I still have yet to watch that movie.
It's an alright movie. If you want a better version of it, Me, Myself, and Irene's much better. Much funnier. After all, what could you do to me that I couldn't do to myself? You spent the next month or so trying to leave bite marks on my ear and neck. Prove a point. I still have a few scars on my ear, so I guess you did. Looking back, I could see the warning signs even then. Your skin seemed to get worse and worse, paler and paler, and you rubbed your eyes raw. It was in the winter when we had our wake-up call. The morning began like any other. I woke up, brushed my teeth, and started searching for clothes to wear. It was a winter morning and my room was dark, so I didn't see your name on my arm. The cold sent shivers through my body, and I pulled out a long-sleeve jacket. A small bell rang in my head. Didn't you used to roll your sleeves up? Yeah, and why did I? That was annoying. I finished tidying up and headed to school. On the school bus, I felt oddly content. Like something I'd been worrying about had just disappeared. I walked up to the school stairs, down the hall, through my classroom door, and sat down at my desk. The same feeling of a burden forgotten hounded my mind. What was I forgetting? When recess came, I just sat at my desk. While my classmates ran out, it felt like a ritual, but I didn't know what for. I was contemplating just walking out and joining them when I heard it. It was something small in the wind, like a whisper. But it came over and over, incessant. It sounded like my name. I knew this was strange, that this was worth my attention, but I felt oddly calm. Everything would be alright. Everything would be fine. Just ignore it. I sat there at my desk, my mind a war zone, between two conflicting, contradicting voices, when I felt a forced tug on my sleeve. The moment I noticed it, my sleeve jacket tore open. I saw your name on my arm, and then your hand that had ripped the jacket open. You'd been yelling at me for over 20 minutes. I think that was the moment we realized how on edge our friendship really was. One accident away from complete erasure. We spent most of the next year in the town library together, trying to find out what the fireflies were. It wasn't really a problem for me because of my mother's treatment. My family couldn't afford to go on any trips, and our house didn't have any heating anymore, so I was happy to spend my time with you. Trying to find information was a puzzle in of itself. After all, how would I read about people I couldn't remember? And how would I find out who was special when no one could even remember enough about them to record them? We found our old family tree and records individually. We'd write down the names of everyone in the book on 2 lists, and then we would compare. The names I hadn't remembered to write down, and you had, would become the focus. They were the names who were under a curse of the fireflies. We compiled a list of suspicious books we thought could help us, because they were written by or were about the people we were searching for. I read the books and the list of names side by side, reading it again for every page of the book. You scoured the internet on the library computers on the lookout for articles about the people. So she can surf the internet, and she's a...
Yeah, I'm kind of confused by that. No one can see her, but she can access the internet?
Yeah. Why isn't she researched it herself? Like, why is she... we're thinking too deeply into it.
Yeah.
Our search would lead the first glimpse we got of what really happened to you. It was late at night, and we found a picture. I'd been a bit drowsy at the time and almost about to nod off when I heard a sharp intake of breath. I turned to see you standing up, pointing at the screen. I didn't see anything. Well, anything noteworthy. On the screen was a picture of a clearing somewhere in the woods. You held up your piece of paper and you marked down 2 names. Susie Appleby Regan, 13. Terry Appleby Regan, 12. Siblings. For a moment I saw the paper and the screen side by side. Side by side. And then I saw them. 2 figures emerged from the woods, towards the camera. They were almost humanoid, with the exception of their limbs, which stretched to nightmarish proportions. Their blank white skin was a pure albino, and looked like tree bark than anything else you expect to find on a mammal. A cloud of fireflies surrounding the duo. Do you want to take back over?
Sure thing. The shorter one looked emaciated. I could see their rib cages, around which their eyes. God, their eyes, so small, so red. The taller one with its white hair didn't look alive anymore. They were little more than skin wrapped around a skeleton. Fireflies swarmed out of the pair's empty eye sockets. Both reached for the cameraman. I looked at the article surrounding the picture. It was a blog posted by a hiker, 20 years after the last mention of the 2 kids. The picture was a mystery to the cameraman as well. He'd been wanting to go to the woods pictured for a while now, but he never actually remembered going there. The picture had just appeared on his camera one day, out of the blue. For a moment, I looked at your face, your thin, pale face with those red-veined eyes. Would that be you when my scar faded? Just a walking, horror-eyed glimpse, then forget. We worked through our reading list at a much faster pace starting from that moment. Maybe we should have gone slower. At least every book, every website we'd left untouched promised hope. The books that we finished and tossed aside promised nothing but the clearing in the woods as one's future. Hold up. And we tossed aside a lot of books. I believe I tore through 3/4 of my reading list before I stumbled across the journal. Oh God, that horrible, horrible journal. The journal used to belong to a mental patient named Joey, who claimed to be a serial killer. He
God
was
damn it.
He was locked up in an asylum when the police discovered his supposed victims never existed. He was diagnosed with a need for attention and shoved away. They should have electrocuted him. They should have fried him until his flesh melted and his hair burned.
Bit extreme.
Gulp. In the journal...
He's just stupid.
In the journal, he talked about how he carried out the killings. He knew things, bizarre and disturbing things no one else knew. He knew of strange creatures that lived in the woods. Of them, his favorites were the fireflies. I'm not going to tell you how he summoned these things. I trust you. I trust you more than anyone, but a thing like this belongs to the ground more than it will ever to the human mind. In the end, it's sufficient to know that these things were not fireflies. Joey would start his ritual by taking a kid, anyone he pleased. He could take them at any time in the dead of night from their own homes, or in the broad daylight from their front yards. It didn't matter. If he was seen, he'd take them to his house, drag them inside. Usually, an Amber Alert came up at that point. He didn't care. Like I said, it wouldn't matter soon. He'd drag them to a special room in his house. Here the fireflies would come and latch onto them. Now, nobody was searching for the kids. Not the police, not the parents. Nobody. From then on, he could do whatever he wanted to the kid. He'd get bored of them after a day or two after the child had broken. At that point, he'd dispose of them. Hacksaw, kitchen knife, anything would work. He detailed a large pit of bodies he kept in the woods, swarming with bugs. One day, I guess, he got bored of that too. So he went right to the police station and turned himself in. Not on account of guilt, no. He just wanted someone to know about the stuff he was doing. Sick bastard. Oh, don't get the wrong idea. He never stopped killing kids. The asylum doors didn't stop him from doing what he liked. It just made him improvise. He made a new way. He modified the flies so they could survive without a host, just in a dormant state. When a child, he specified the age, would approach the swarm, it would latch on and begin its effect. Over the years, the child would warp horribly into the things we saw in the woods. I wish I could hate him in peace. I wish I could say the world owed him nothing. But that wouldn't be true. He detailed a way out. On the final page, there was an exact explanation on how to get rid of the fireflies. You must have seen something in my face, because at that moment, you asked if I had found anything. I said no, and closed the book. A few minutes later, you shut down the computer. You picked up the last book and went through it yourself. Excuse me. When you reached the end cover, you tossed it aside. I asked what we should do now. You said it was all right. I could go home, and we'd talk about it in the morning. I stood up, and walked past those shelves of books. I headed for the library entrance, but stopped right outside the door and waited. I waited until I heard the sniffling sounds. I sneaked back to our table, where you were quietly sobbing. You had your head in your hands. I sat back down, and as I raised your eyes to me, you said you wished you'd never met me. How happy you were when you had nothing to lose. How I ruined your life. You'd never really gotten better at talking to people. That was the worst love confession I'd ever heard. I remember how we kissed that night. I remember your hands gripping my hair. I remember that kiss. I wish it could have been just a kiss. Oh. I'm sorry I ruined that moment. My arms were around you. I was close enough to steal a firefly without you noticing. I remember holding the firefly in my hand. I remember how it struggled until it didn't. Until it was a part of me. The fireflies shifted. They came over to me and left you. I remember the familiar look in your eyes. The confusion. I never wanted to see that confusion in your eyes again. You deserve to be loved, and you deserve to know that. I wasn't really living anyway. You reached for me. I pulled away. As the last lights of recognition faded from your eyes. And then you were just staring at a stranger, walking into a crowd of strangers. That was a year ago. You've gotten so much better since then. You have so many friends now, so many people at your birthday party. You also look so much healthier. I haven't been as fortunate. My skin's gotten a lot paler. My eyes hurt all the time now. I couldn't go to school like you did all those years. I haven't wasted my time, though. I found Joey's pit. The bodies there. Oh, God. There were so many bodies. There's a grave for those children now. Without me, my mom could afford her surgery. She looks so happy. I mean, just yesterday, I saw her playing with my baby brother. I saw you crying yesterday. You were with your friends, laughing. For a brief moment, your eyes met mine, and then they were so wet. I think I'm going away. For good. I think. You're not going to be happy if I stick around. I'm so happy I met you. Even if you don't remember me. Note end. Sometimes I go through depressive episodes. I feel so lonely, even with my friends. I don't know what's going through my head during these times, and sometimes I end up in a bathtub, a knife in my hand, and my wrists oohing ready stuff. Until now, I thought I was cutting my wrists. I wasn't. The cuts, they're letters. I've been carving a name onto my arm. Wow. All right. So it wasn't really a stalker. It was
some. The first sort of like half of it, I was getting vibes of like that ghost girl character from Diamond is Unbreakable, the one that lives in the alleyway.
Yeah, I do see that.
Yeah.
I kind of this story. It was
to the motel.
Yeah, it was up until like the serial killer part where I was just like, okay, what about these fireflies? Like,
yeah, it sort of like shifted gears into like a completely different.
Yeah, it just really weird how they used the fireflies there, but it was okay. Man. Also, I see Goodly in the chat saying, "What is this? Some sort of Halloween creepypasta reading?" Yes, that's what it is.
Yes, Goodly.
And also, for those that are joining us, I do have a little thing underneath the title, or underneath the current story text, where it's an art goal. And the art goal tonight is the Socky Horror Picture Show, which is literally my Sock dressed up as Dr. Frankenfurter, Sparky dressed up as Rocky, and SD dressed up as Riff Raff. So, if we make it to $100 tonight, we'll make sure to get on that art goal.
Is he
And
really dressed up when half of them are...
I mean, yes, you do bring up a good point about like me being the sock wearing lingerie. That's a
How about that?
we don't question it.
Working in a Speedo, just what we needed.
Oh boy. But back to this story though, I'd say it was okay. I'd give it a 6 out of
Yeah,
10,
it's sort of...
or a 5 out of
If
5.
he'd kept the serial killer like bit out of it, if he'd kept it more supernatural with like the fireflies and stuff like that, it would have been a solid 7 or 8. But
Yeah, or
the
if they wanted to go with the route of just a serial killer, you didn't have to bring in the fireflies there. Just because, like, it seemed to me that the serial killer had some sort of power over the fireflies that, ate up the bodies or whatnot. Which
Yeah.
I felt like that wasn't really explained well. So,
He was sort of going for a Sixth Sense sort of vibe, like he's like Hilary Joy's character and can like see the ghosts and whatnot.
yeah. But I do agree with you. This would have been a 7. Oh, for me, it would have been a 7.5 if that was either more fleshed out or if they had just stick to one or the other.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that was I found a letter from my stalker. Very interesting story.
Yeah. Another point when they mentioned the 2 kids, I thought, oh, this is going to be, he's going to find out that he's actually a ghost too. And, like,
Me
he can
ghost?
actually- But who hooked Cardo?
Oh my god. Oh boy. Well, I think it's time for us to read a couple green text. I think we'll rate 6. I'll do 3 and you do 3, and yeah, we'll go from there.
Oh no, don't you have some of SDs as well?
Oh, these are pretty much all of SDs.
No, but I'm saying, didn't he record some? Did you say?
I believe so. Well, no, with like the creepypastas, I do know that he recorded those.
Oh, the creep.
Yeah,
I thought you
if I'm
meant
correct. I might have to look at the document again just to be sure. So, but let's spin that wheel. You can see you can see the screen, right?
I can see the screen. I can
Alright.
see it on the.
All right, spin that motherfucking wheel.
Whee!
Whee! Ah. Anon is a 6th century plague doctor. This can't be bad, right? All right. Let's take a
This
little...
sounds familiar.
All right, let me turn on the bonfire again so I can cover up my screen. 6th century plague doctor.
Right at the bottom.
Oh boy. Okay, I think it's F11. There we go. All right, let me turn...
I smell pickles.
I smell pennies. All right. Well, I'll read this first one. Be me, doctor, 6th century or some shit. At my doctor's Actually, let me turn off the music and I'll restart this. There we go. Be me, doctor, 6th century or some shit. At my doctor's stand counting leeches. Former lover approaches. Left me for the farmer's boy. Feels bad. Parchment. I'm wearing creepy doctor mask. She has no idea it's me. Lol. Oil. Oil on canvas. Put on deep doctor voice. Come, child. What illness is upon ye? I believe I've contracted disease of the... Oh, of the... I believe this word that's bleeped out is hunt. So... I believe I've contracted disease of the hunt from the farmer's boy, she says. Ye, right. More like the whole jousting team. Goatish wench, dot painting. Take a look at her hunt region. Pretend to know which hole the hunt is. They don't teach you this stuff at doctor school. Ah, I see what the problem is. Still no idea where the 2 hunt holes. Give her leeches and send her home. Leeches solve everything. After she leaves, go tell Baron about evil witch with 2 hunt holes. She's burnt at the stake. So is the farmer's boy. Teach them for breaking this doctor's heart. My face win. Damn, what the fuck?
Take that, saucy wench.
Parry this, you
mother was-
filthy wench.
Your mother was a hamster and your father smelled the elderberries. Now burn at the stake.
Alright, let's spin that wheel again.
I might read that recorded like off stream of that. Just I think that would sound really funny in a old English accent.
Oh my gosh. Anon receives sympathy.
Oh, no.
I bet this one's wholesome, Sparky.
Am I reading it?
Yep. It is your turn, my friend.
It is my turn.
Alright, let me F11. Zoom in. There we go.
BB an hour ago. Working minimum wage. GF wants a pizza. Oh no.
Oh, hold on. We'll restart this.
Why does everyone I read always involve pizza?
Oh my gosh.
Be me an hour ago. Working minimum wage. GF wants a pizza.
There we go.
Have a $5 and some quarters. Go to the local pizza shop. Order. Only $10. Fuck yeah, .jpg. Go to pay. Start pulling out quarters. Last few stuck wrapped in my pocket.
Oh no.
Struggling. Sweating .jpg. Owner walks over. Just give him the pizza, he needs it. Tell him I can give him the money. No, bless your soul, you can keep it. Leave with pizza. My face when he thought I was homeless. What do? Never do I go back, or just tip him next time I go in.
Oh my god. Oh,
Go away, you...
Giuseppe, bless his soul. He's just a poor homeless man. Give him the pizza for free. I'm not poor. I just can't get it out of my pocket. Oh.
Oh no, all the spaghetti's falling out.
Oh my god. My spaghetti. No. Mom spaghetti. Oh
Mamma mia.
Pizzeria. Oh my god. Goodly says in the
This is
chat.
Freddy Fazbear's pizza. Just give him the pizza for free before he bites someone.
Goodly says, when are you crazy? Cat's going to read some tendy stories. Crazy cat's going to read. My god. Alright. What other one?
Tendy.
Oh. Anon makes a discovery. I wonder what discovery Anon has found. Oh, I have a bad feeling. All right. Almost completely unregulated. Incompatible with traffic jams. No note, no insurance needed, no license needed. Fuel it with determination on whatever you ate for breakfast this morning. Probably one of the most fuel-efficient vehicles in existence. Come to think of it, goes as far and as fast as you can. No need for parking lots, just leave it anywhere there is a secure structure you can attach it to. And even if someone does steal it, it's so inexpensive you could literally just buy another, no problem. Physically improves you while you use it. Plain old fun. Minimal environmental impact. Collisions are significantly less likely to kill or even injure. And if entire cities were designed around these, the way they are with cars, everyone would be fine with it. Doesn't even need fucking seatbelts. Why is the automobile viewed as the ultimate symbol of freedom again?
Because you don't turn into a complete asshole when you get in an automobile.
You remember the Euro bike story? Philly Wonder, not Philly Wonder, Stevie Wonder. Yo, I didn't see shit.
Yo, shit.
Oh
no, I didn't tell you the funny thing that happened to me today. My dad went for laser eye surgery on one of his eyes. When he came back, he had dark sunglasses on. The first thing I said to him was, "Hey, how's it going, Stevie Wonder?"
Yo, I didn't see shit.
You drive home because you can't see shit.
Oh my god. All right, spinning that wheel again.
I fucking hate cyclists. I don't
I
care
hate them
how
too.
fuel efficient.
Anon appreciates his dad. Aw,
Oh,
I bet it's sweet.
Anon appreciates his dad.
Do you guys in the audience, do you think this is going to be a sweet story about, a father and son?
Oh, look at that cute Pepe.
Yeah, look at them. They look so great together.
I'm not. Fucking love my dad. My dad's fucking awesome.
I love that skit.
Be me, 5-year-old Anon. See my dad on his computer one day. Curiosity.png. Sit next to him. See he's playing World of Warcraft. Think it's cool and like the music. Sit next to him for hours. This would be my first contact with a video game. Years pass. Be me now. Be 19-year-old Anon. Love RPGs. Still get teary-eyed when I hear the Erwin Forest theme. I love you, Dad.
Oh, that was actually very wholesome. That's very sweet. I like that.
Except if Elwyn Forest theme sucks.
Damn it. You had to ruin it, Sparky.
Hey, I've had to listen to that music for 20 goddamn years.
I like how your little still, as soon as you said I had to listen to that for 20 goddamn years, shows like the angry Sparky. Oh my gosh. All right.
Is someone on the call? I heard them.
Oh, yeah, I hear someone. Oh, SD.
You're alive!
Yeah, I just wanted to pop in and say, hi, happy Halloween, everyone. Are you guys going trick or treating?
Shut your. Suck my fucking ass,
Are
you
you
goddamn
guys going
stuttering
trick or
parrot.
treating?
Fuck off!
Are you guys going trick or treating?
Are you going cocksucking? Are you going?
Are you guys going trick?
Oh my god! Are you guys going trick or treating? Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I got one question for y'all. Are you guys going trick or treating?
Oh, before you go, SD, I was gonna ask Sock this question later, but favorite candy at Halloween.
That's a bit of a hard one for me to say. I want to say the Milko lollies.
The what?
Milk flavored lollies. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I heard something different. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god.
Milk them lollies.
But yeah, because last night it was Halloween for my workplace, so like I got all the workers like a little jar of candy for them.
Just picturing you working out in the field.
But I just wanted to pop
or something.
I just wanted to pop in and congrats on the 1-year anniversary of Will of the Spare Sock, and happy Halloween to everyone. If you're going trick or treating, stay safe, or if you're going to a party, stay safe also.
Exactly, that is very true. Thank you for that, SD. I hope you have a great
and
day.
Like a fire in a fan factory, I am gone. Bye.
All right, take care, man.
He lives.
We love SD here. Great guy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man.
The question is still open. Favorite candy?
I think he mentioned. Oh well, I guess my favorite candy. I'm stuck in between Reese's peanut butter cup, or the what do you call it? Tootsie Pops. You know, the how many licks does it get to the center of a Tootsie Pop or whatnot? Those are like my favorite.
I just swallow them whole.
It takes 3. 1, 2, 3.
I recently found out that my favorite sweets are now banned here in the UK, so I bought a big 800-gram bag from Amazon.
Nice.
Hot tamale jelly beans. I would kill people for these.
My brother absolutely loved those.
Oh, God, they're so nice.
Nice. All right. We have our next green text, which is they are doctors.
They are doctors.
All right. Well, let's find out what this is.
You, I believe.
Yep. It is I that will be reading these.
We're throwing that question out to chat as well. Favorite sweets in the chat.
Oh yes. in chat. Whatever candies you like, just put them in the chat, and we'll take a look at it, and we will either judge you very harshly on it, or say good things about it. So choose wisely. Let me blow this up a little bit. All right. ITT Doctor Stories. Be me. Be doctor. Shaking around a jar of pickled snakes because I'm a doctor. Priest comes in to see me with a young wench. Good doctor, my daughter is suffering from urges of the flesh. Would you please cure her? I, the town doctor, shall kill your wretch of a daughter by the end of the week. She shall come to my office, and I shall cure her. Beat the daughter with a crow on a stick, as to ward off any evil spirits, and instruct him to do the same thrice a day.
Crow on a stick. It's literally just a bird on a stick. He's
Later on, a woman and her son enter my doctor's office while I am in the process of setting up a crab fight. Beat the woman for interrupting my research.
crab battle. Crab battle.
My lord, my son wants to become a doctor. His father is an alcoholic and I cannot work. I actually feel sorry for the boy. Beat the woman with a pickled snake for making me pity her. Beat the boy fine for good measure. Fine, woman. You have convinced me to take on this boy. Come now, lad. We will begin your doctor's training. First day went well. The boy would make potions and elixirs like no other. Second day, I instruct him to put pickled snakes up his... Oh? Who goes there?
No, I think it was Cat, but...
Oh. Second day, I instruct him to put pickled snakes up his ass. Not because it was training. It was for research because I'm a doctor. Day 3.
Rick and Morty level shit.
Day 3. It is his final test. Take him to cure the girl from earlier, who was suffering with urges. She sat naked, waiting for treatment. My apprentice leaves the room. All of my nay parchment. Dot parchment. He returns with a crow on a stick. Beats her into a coma. I've never been so proud of someone in my life. We are doctors. What the fuck was that?
The funny thing about that, it's probably true.
Oh my god. Knowing how the medieval ages were?
Living
Yeah,
in the
probably.
Yeah, living in the 1800s, all those wacky times.
The 1800s? This is more like the 1500s.
The 1500s, the Dark Ages. I don't know.
Well, 1800 was the Industrial Revolution.
Do I look like I know what... I don't even remember what I did last night.
Oh my gosh. Alright, well, we've got one more green text and we'll go into the cryptids and videos.
Do I look like I know what a history major is?
Oh boy. Aenon is forever alone.
Oh, no.
Oh, wait, hold up. I gotta delete this off the list. Where's it at? Aenon is forever alone. There it is.
Oh, the fucking picture.
There we go.
Fucking...
I have yet to see it.
Bring it on.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Bring it on with a fucking dummy thick ass. God damn, on a Thursday evening on Halloween? Damn.
Bring it on.
Oh, lordy.
Be me, 17. KHV ugly face. Have brother, 1 year younger. Brother's girlfriend is 7 out of 10. QT free.
Cutie pie.
314. Cutie pie 314.
Well, that's what 3.14 is. It's pie.
Pie. Oh, cutie pie. Oh, I get it now. You. We got a boomer over here. Boomer.
Hey, I know my mathematical stuff.
Yeah, but I didn't get QT pie.
Well, that's what pi is literally. Like, the number pi is literally 3.141592. I'm gonna. If I continue going on, I'm gonna. We're gonna be here.
Yeah,
forever.
but I didn't know if you. Yeah, but I didn't get this internet lingo. I'm a 36-year-old boomer. Got a boomer over here.
Anyways.
Sometimes gives me the weird eyes, but I don't think too much about it. Come home one day and find her in my room's toilet, door locked. What the fuck? D-I-N. Want to take a soak before going out in the evening. Brother taking a shower on his own, so she had to use mine. Say I need to pee, ask her to open it. She opens it in a towel. She looks perfect in it. Body makes her a 10 out of 10.
What the fuck?
She catches me looking at her and smiles. Why don't you get in the tub with me, Anon? Holy shit, this is it, goddamn pig. Take off my clothes, get in the bathtub. Close your eyes. Close my eyes for a millisecond. The entire building jerks. No, not now, .pdf. Feel the floor give way. Hear her screaming fading in the distance. Open my eyes. Feel icy cold wind rushing past my ear.
Baba
The
Booey.
bathtub has 4 wheels and is being drawn by a horse through the forest.
Oh no! Fuck!
Hey, you!
Hey you! You were trying.
Right?
You were trying to cross the border, right?
Too late, I turn around. Elder Scrolls Skyrim. Todd Howard, you camel fucking son of a bitch, you done it again.
I was like, oh, Anon's about to get some. Oh wait, why is it turning black? God damn it!
Hey, you're finally awake.
Hey you! You're finally awake. You were trying to cross the border, right? Oh my god.
Completely took me off guard, you fuck. Who's a minute?
Also, this is
I'm
probably...
gonna kill you, SD.
Speaking of SD, Samurai Dog tipped us $25 saying, "Are you guys going trick-or-treating?"
No, but I'm gonna kick your ass for the...
Suck my fucking ass, you goddamn stuttering parrot! Fuck off! Oh, man. Jesus Christ. I honestly thought this green text was going to go into the whole fucking, I need about tree fitty.
Bad freed video.
It was about that time. Goddamn Loch Ness Monster.
I was not. God damn it, Todd Howard, you did it again.
Oh, you monster.
Skyrim Green Text Edition. God damn it, I have to buy it again.
All right. Well, it's time for the cryptids, ladies and gentlemen, and let me turn back on that music.
Motherfucker.
All right. I really hope we get to talk about either the Chessie or the Yowie.
Or the Knuckleweed.
All right. Well, let's find out, ladies and gentlemen. Which cryptid are we getting next?
Oh, I need the composure of the... Oh.
All right, we got the Papa. Hold up, SD has this on here with the pronunciation. Papiniwa, something like that. Whatever that is, the Papaniwa.
Papiniwa.
It sounds like we're about to say, "Welcome to the Shitty Walk."
Ewa.
Oh my God, these
DJ West in the house. Ewa.
All right, so it's pronounced Papiniwawi, and this is actually recorded by SD. So, yeah. Crimmy Crim in the chat says, "What is this?" I don't know who you are, but welcome to the Wheel of Despair. This is a stream where we just read creepypastas that are either horrible or actually good, some green text, some cryptids, and watch some weird videos that we find on the internet. We do this every month, so, yeah.
Totally not copied off Red Letter Media.
Yeah, totally not a copy of Red Letter Media's Wheel of the Worst. Totally not a ripoff of that whatsoever. But, we hope you enjoy. Yeah. Let's get into this. So the Papi Niwawi. And I guess we'll listen to SD's recording.
When you say it, I just think of that clip from Family Guy of the guy falling down the stairs. Like, oh,
All right.
Jamaican guy falling down the stairs.
And I'll look
Ow,
this
ooh,
up.
ow, ooh,
All right, so this is what the Papi Niwawi looks like. All right,
You did check
we're
it's safe for work.
uh, I probably didn't, but we'll just say I did. But let's listen to SD's rendition of this.
That's just a picture of me on a Friday night running through the streets of Glasgow.
All right.
Fire in hand, no shirt, drunk off my ass.
Papiniwawi. In the mythology of the Aboriginal people of Northern Australia, specifically the Tiwi people, Papiniwawis are one-eyed giants who live in a large hut where the sky ends. Shooting stars are said to be Papiniwawis stalking across the heavens with a burning fire stick in one hand and a fighting club in the other. Papiniwawis feed on the bodies of the dead and the blood of the sick. They are able to locate sick people by smell, and upon finding a victim will make themselves invisible and suck the person's blood without leaving a wound. As a sick person weakens, the Papiniwawis make itself small enough to enter the body through the mouth and drinks up the rest of the blood from the inside.
Jesus. So, my understanding... So they feed off of dead bodies in the blood of the sick. So they look like giants, but they're able to shrink down and just... Interesting. Alright, well... Interesting being, I guess.
Interesting that it has the one eye as well. That going back to what we were talking about at the start of the stream with that could easily be mistaken for a Greek cyclops.
Yeah, no, I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, it looks like a cyclops, and as we mentioned before, like a lot of these cryptids, a lot of them, share a lot with like other cryptids or other species that were once living but now extinct. It's an interesting thing. Oh, the knot deer. That's something I will talk about in another stream. This one specifically in the Appalachia region, but we'll get to that later. Oh yeah, before we continue on to our next cryptid, I do want to mention about the fireflies that I had talked about earlier, and I completely forgot.
I've remembered that as well.
So
you mentioned something about fireflies.
The fireflies, there's a little bit of a tale or folklore about the fireflies in the Philippines. Usually, if you are near a tree or whatnot, you'll like during the summer nights, you'll see a bunch of fireflies kind of like swarming around a tree. It is believed, according to the folklore, that they are spirits that are swarming the tree, and they can either be nefarious woodland spirits or spirits of the recently deceased. And there's a story that my mom told me that happened to her when she was a kid. When she was about a teenager or whatnot, she was working out in the tobacco fields with her cousin. Her cousin got done 1 hour earlier than she did, and he went home. My mom gets off an hour later, and as she's walking, it's about evening, sun setting and everything, it's starting to get dark out. And about 30 minutes into her walk, she sees a figure standing underneath a bus stop underneath a tree. And as she gets closer, she realizes, hey, that's my cousin over there, right? And she goes up to him, well, like across the road, and she's like, hey, I thought you went home already. Shouldn't you be at, our auntie's place sleeping already? He doesn't say anything and just stands there and looks at her. My mom is just like, okay, whatever, I'll see you at my aunt's place. And then like 30 minutes later, when she gets to her aunt's place, she sees her cousin on the couch, the same cousin that was at the bus stop, already fast asleep. And my mom is very confused about this. She's like, what the fuck? I just saw you at the bus stop. Her cousin now awake is just like, no, I was here for like a good long time, like 2 hours now, sleeping. My aunt, she hears what my mom has to say about a bus stop, and she says, hey, that bus stop you talked about, was there a tree and were there a bunch of fireflies around it? My mom goes, now that you mention it, yeah, there were fireflies. And well, according to what my mom's aunt had told my mom, it was more of less, oh, you stay away from that. Yeah, clean yourself up, get cleansed, and such. Because there nefarious spirits that live around that. Spirits that like to pull pranks on you or do horrible shit. So my mom gets cleaned up and goes to bed, but the next day she gets terribly sick with something. But that is just one of the experiences about the fireflies in the Philippines. Whenever you see a bunch of fireflies around a tree, you kind of want to stay away from them because you don't know what they're up to.
We have something similar in Scotland called the will-o'-the-wisp.
All right.
It's a little like fire spirits that like lead you into the forest and get you lost and stuff like that. Very common in Scottish folklore. They
Also-
can be fairies, ghosts of the dead, travelers,
Nice.
walls of fire.
Also, I wanted to bring this up earlier in the chat, but Currency DB says that his favorite candy is caramel creams. They're pretty fucking awesome.
No.
I don't think I've ever tried a caramel cream, but that doesn't sound too bad. I'll probably give that a 8 out of 10.
I would not turn down anything with caramel in it. Caramel's delicious. Like unless it's like hard toffee. Like ugh. I don't like toffee. It sticks to my teeth.
And then we also have $1 from Currency DB. So thank you very much, Currency. Much appreciated. But I think we have one more cryptid we can look at, and then we'll get on to the videos for tonight.
So you can never have enough candy. If you've got stuff left at the end of the night, then that's just more for you.
Exactly. Like, when I got older and once I moved out on my own, I just pretty much bought candy for myself.
Working in a convenience store, I get all the Halloween candy that we didn't sell, so I get it super cheap, like, afterwards.
Nice.
I stuff my face up until Christmas.
Oh my gosh. All right, I'm going to spin that wheel and see what we get.
I mean, it's always funny that my OC is a buff, like, Arcanine, because I'm a big fat ass.
Our
I'm
next...
asking very fit.
Oh, sorry.
I'm fit, but then I have a bit of a gut on me.
I have a bit of a gut myself, but we're working on that. But our next cryptid for tonight is the Mimi. And I think this is also another one that SD recorded. So, we'll check that out.
They sound very Australian. It's
All right. So let me pull that up and let me pull up the audio. And yeah, we'll be good to go.
Mimi, folklore.
one thing I
Mimis are
always
very
find
like
funny
beings
about
of-
cryptids from yours and SD's regions is they've always got funny names, and then you see mine, which have like really like common like will-o'-wisp,
My gosh.
ghostly bagpiper. We just tell it how it is.
Oh Lord. All right. I'm going to turn up my audio a little bit more so we can hear SD.
Mimi,
That or you sound like you
folklore.
stubbed your
Mimis are
foot.
very like beings of autumn land in the folklore of the indigenous
Mimi.
Australians of northern Australia. They are
Wait,
described as
you
having
can hear
extremely
the
unique-
audio correct, right? SD? Not SD, but Sparky.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Okay, want to
I'm
make
just
sure.
I'm just laughing at what Goodley put in the chat.
All right.
It's funny my character is a fat ass because I'm actually buff, well hung, and handsome IRL. You fucking liar, good.
That folklore artist really was going for that epic dynamic action anime pose. Yeah, no, that looks very detailed. I do agree with you there, Crimmy.
elongated bodies, so thin as to be in danger of breaking in case of high wind. To avoid
Fucking
this,
weird.
they usually spend most of their time living in rock crevices. They are said to have taught the Aborigines of Australia how to hunt and prepare kangaroo meat.
Ooh.
The Australian Museum, Sydney New South Wales, in its web article, Indigenous Australia Spirituality, describes them thus. The Mimi are tall, thin beings that live in the rocky encampments of northern Australia as spirits. Before the coming of Aboriginal people, they had human forms. The Mimi are dangerous if approached the wrong way. It may kick, knee, slap, smash with a racket-like object, or sit on someone, which causes sometimes fatal injuries. When Aboriginal people first came to northern Australia, the Mimi taught them how to hunt and cook kangaroos and other animals. They also did the first rock paintings and taught Aboriginal people how to paint.
Oh, that's really interesting. This actually, seeing like some of these cryptids, how they're depicted, they're like giants, and I'm kind of going on here with like how Wendigoon kind of goes on about like giants, like the biblically accurate stuff, but like it's really interesting when you look at different cultures when they talk about giants. They talk about them as like these big benevolent beings that are either like wanting to get rid of the human race or they teach something to humanity. And it actually brings me to a thing that I had a conversation with a friend of mine, Hades. So Hades, if you're watching this, this made me think of the conversation you and I had. But giants are very interesting. Like wherever you go in history, they're somewhat mentioned, no matter where they're at. And seeing the memes, I feel like they're possibly part of the, of the giants and such. But interesting stuff.
Certainly one wouldn't like to get a high five from that guy. He'd probably do like the high five from Jackass, where it's just a huge hand.
Oh my god!
High five!
The Mimi isn't dangerous. She talks about Doug. Oh my god! I see what you're going here, Goodly. Yes, we know about Mimi on your channel, and I do have to say she has a talented voice. She's very talented.
Also, you're a fucking liar. You are not Will Hug.
I did not see that. What the fuck, Goodly?
It's funny, my character is a fat ass, but I'm actually buff, well hung, and handsome IRL.
My god.
Only one of those is true, and I'm not getting. And
actually, let me open this up in a new tab. There we go. But yeah, this is very interesting. I do have to say, like the character design. I know this is just a drawing, but it's a very interesting thing with regards to the memes. Star says she's eating a Tootsie Pop. The cherry flavor tastes more medicinal than I remember. Actually, I really do like the cherry flavored Tootsie Pops. They're very delicious. Like, pardon my language here, but I'm kind of a slut for cherry Tootsie Pops. Oh, man. But I think it's time for us to sit down, relax, and watch a video for a bit.
hell yeah.
Yeah, we're either going to get something pretty cool or something like a YouTube poop. So, let me go ahead, pause the music, and we'll get right into it. All right, which one are we going to get? Scooby-Doo has had enough is our first video for tonight. So, let's see how this turns out. All right. Going up. Oh.
Like going Scoob. The
Hold up.
monster's right behind the door.
Don't worry, Ricky. I'm wrapped.
What the hell?
Don't worry, I'm wrapped.
I'm tired of running.
Like am I
time
glad
to fight back.
I'm in here and he's in there and I'm the caveman.
Oh my god.
Man or remake.
Did you see that thing I put in your Discord
Oh.
for the
Hold up, let me turn this up a bit. I just realized it was not loud enough. But you were saying,
Yeah.
sorry, Sparky, sorry.
I'm saying that this reminds me of the thing I put in your Discord before the super criminal saying consider science to be magic that isn't complete and it's blanked out and Scooby's what's language?
Wait, Crimmy Crim says, doesn't Scooby get racist in that one? Well, we're about to find out. I hope not. I hope not. So, here we go.
Died.
He's not racist, he hates everyone.
Oh, did you dogs just fucking shoot me? I think it went through. I think I was.
Oh my god!
Fuck! Why?
Double tap!
Why? I'm bleeding out. The world's faded to black heart. Curse you meddling kids and you bastard dog.
Like, holy shit, Scoob.
I am the Rudge.
Like, they're gonna put you down, Scoob.
Like, we're gonna put you down! He's dead!
Oh, Reggie.
Oh my god. Well, Scooby was definitely strapped. He said, I'm not fucking around this time. Oh my god. All right, I think we got one or two more videos we can watch.
Scooby's pissed.
Scooby's had enough.
Baba Booey.
Oh, we got $10 coming in from Sparky. Thank you very much. Much appreciated, my man. Oh, man.
I will make the world suffer with that Speedo.
Oh my god, I don't know why, but I had this in my head where Scooby just says, Raggy, don't come to school tomorrow. Oh, that's messed up. But,
what do you think, Yellow Man?
it looks like you're about to tell your friend not to come to school tomorrow, man. All right, here we go. We're going to spin that wheel. Shrimpina. Oh, okay, this one's probably going to be a long one. Every 90s horror show for kids. Y'all remember Goosebumps?
Oh, yes, do I.
Yep, this is
Getting
exactly
home from
that.
School on a set.
Oh my god, I remember Goosebumps. As a kid, I was terrified by them. You know, I was terrified of the show. I'm like, oh my god, how could they write such things for kids? But when you look back at them, it's like, wow, this is really stupid. Why was I scared of this shit?
I remember one episode really scared me. It came from beneath the sink. The one with the sponge demon. Like, they really went hard on the design of the sponge creature. It was genuinely scary looking. But the thing I remember most is the banger theme tune for it.
Oh,
ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, the theme song did go hard.
Yeah.
Also, Star and Speculation says, is the art goal so high so you don't have to actually draw? It's okay, I would do the same thing. Well, no, the reason why we have it at that goal is because I believe we did $50 before on one of the other streams, which I still need to do the other part of that art goal. SD's already created the other part, and I believe what I need to do now is I need to draw Sparky and I into the picture, and then I already have an idea of what it's going to be. But it's the one with Sparky, not Sparky, but SD going the whole Pepe Sylvia thing. But I didn't think we were going to meet that art goal. So
I still think my idea for the art goal was pretty funny. Us being arrested in a courtroom and the judge saying anything you say will be held against you, and I'm just saying boobs, titties, breasts.
Oh my gosh.
You two just cracking up.
Lord. But yeah, Star, that's why we have it so high, so we can actually have a reason to actually draw it. And so we don't get a backlog either of art goals. So that's why.
We have to delay me in a Speedo as long as possible.
Oh my gosh. Sponge Demon? Really? Says Crimmy. Sponge Demon?
Yeah, it came from beneath the sink. It's about, it's this demonically possessed, bath, cleaning sponge. It's really weird.
Huh. Interesting. I didn't really get to watch a lot of Goosebumps, but I have seen bits here and there. Or some episodes. But speaking of which, let's get right into our video. Oh! So spooky.
Oh, hello. I'm R.L. Stein. I write the Goose Pimples books. Today's story is about
Pimples.
the importance of brotherhood and who really watches you when your parents are away. Viewers beware, you're in for a scare.
My Cousins of Vampire.
Who's there?
Oh, this is my favorite part.
Timothy? I know you're out there. It's not funny.
Over here.
Over here. I'm just going to the bathroom. Leave me alone.
Half expecting us to blow the camera up. His Scottish response.
What's going on in here?
Prank of the century, that's what.
I knew it was you, you dingbat.
Was that before or after you cried out for your mommy?
All right, boys, enough's enough. Your father and I have an early flight in the morning.
I can't believe you do this to me. I mean, how could you leave me alone with this psycho?
Stanley?
I wish you were dead.
Fuck you, pussy.
Fucking pussy.
Boys will be boys.
Boys will be boys.
Oh my gosh. Nowadays you can't say that. Oh my god, the leaves are
What's
like.
going on?
Wait, hold up.
Good morning, dear.
Was he not wearing any pants? Hold up. I mean, yes, we have the CGI leaves. Okay, no, he's wearing pants.
What's going on? He all started without
I
me.
thought he wasn't wearing any pants.
You will not believe who just happens to be in town this weekend. Jennifer!
Hey, Stan.
Hey?
Jennifer just got back from her internship in Romania.
And she was gracious enough to take a last-minute babysitting job for us.
Babysitter? I'm 13.
Whoa, Mom, I understand why you're doing this, because Stanley's such a little bitch, but come on, I can take care of the house myself.
Whoa there, Timothy. That's your big brother you're talking to.
Wait.
He basically raised you.
God damn it.
What? Was it Sparky?
I hate when people do that. Just twist their neck 180 degrees instead of just turning around. Fucking lazy assholes.
You mean like this?
Stanley's such a little bitch, but come on, I can take care of the house myself.
Whoa there, Timothy. That's your big brother you're talking
The green
to.
screen.
He basically raised you.
Fucking lazy.
Basically owned your life.
Isn't she a saint?
Are we just not gonna talk about that?
I don't know.
Hey, Benson, do me a favor and buzz off.
You guys are totally about to cry. This is going in the Hall of Fame.
My eyes are bone dry, Benson.
Hey, who's that? She's so pale.
It's our cousin Jennifer, not that it's any of your business.
Okay,
I
boys.
don't know what's scarier, the cousin Jennifer or his wig.
Wait, guys, this is some great stuff. If you ever need a photographer,
Oh my
I'm your
god.
guy.
Do you notice
He's gonna
the
look at the
contrast?
camera and just-
Oh my god. Yeah. Jesus, the
He's gonna look at
contrast on the
cameras,
film.
He's not gonna be there.
Okay?
You scared her off, that's what.
Did you see her face?
She was camera shy.
Camera shot. She slid in the house without even moving her feet.
Take a hike, Benson.
Fine.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
Oh wow.
Timothy, have you
Not
seen
Grand
Mr.
Theft Auto.
Whiskers?
Yeah, this is Grand Theft Auto 6, man. Like, did you not know that? That's also like on the new gen console, the X Station 6. It's coming out.
What the fuck is that controller?
Let's back that up.
You
Whiskers?
youngins and your fucking
Me play video game.
you youngins and your newfangled controllers that look like fucking speed cameras.
Yeah, it looks like a fucking radar gun. All chained up to some control switch. What is that, the nuclear switchboard? Or the nuclear codes or some shit?
Timothy, back off! Did you lock him in the basement?
No one goes in the basement.
Oh, there's in the basement.
Eat my toad, loser! Oh my god!
There's gotta be something wrong with that lady. I can feel it. I'll show them. I swear. Let's see here.
Oh my Jesus H. Christ.
Oh my god.
H. Christ.
Oh my god, it's my ex.
You shitty little wings.
Timothy residence, who's speaking?
It's Vincent! You're a great.
Oh, I get it now. She came from Romania.
Wait, hold on. What?
I get it now. She came back from an internship at Romania, Transylvania.
I'm just gonna say, why does he have milk in a martini glass? Is this a nod off to a certain chalice? A certain chalice that is drunk, that was drunk by a certain game developer of a certain Yandere Simulator game.
Oh God, Gabe! You mean you use another glass for your milk? What a fucking uncultured swine you are!
Oh my gosh, I don't think that's milk. Oh.
I drink my milk from a martini glass, you uncultured swine.
Don't break my concentration. Have you been noticing anything weird going on? What do you mean? Like, with Jennifer? Yeah, she's an excellent cook. I mean, this stew is to die for. Besides that, she's always like hovering around us, like a bat or something.
He's just at the door. Oh no, not the kitty! Oh my god, my cat is up at the mic.
What do you think Mom and Dad are doing right now? Finger banging 100%. Did you hear that? What, the wind? Oh, yeah, never mind.
Jenga.
I couldn't sleep at all last night.
The wind was so annoying.
Alright, boys. Time for a few ground rules. First of all, don't go in the basement for the next 5 hours, because I'm studying.
Next, we will not speak to or check in on your friend next door.
Sounds good to me.
Then I'm off to the basement. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Bye, Jennifer.
That was really weird.
Sleeps for 5 hours during the day. I don't know. Probably on a period or something. Here, kitty, kitty. Here, kitty, kitty. I know you're out here somewhere. Hey, I'm sorry I ran out of catnip. It won't happen again. I swear it. Is that you, Mr.
I can't believe the vampires were gay this whole time. I think Zora wants me to feed her.
Stop, family, no, don't kill me. Oh, can't you knock? I could have been cranking it in here. Look what I just found in the bushes.
I could have been cranking it right now.
Benson would never leave his
Jorking
camera behind.
it.
Yeah, well,
Straight up jorking it, and by it,
Don't you think it's weird how
I mean my
Jennifer told us to never
peanuts.
talk to him? And what about how she loves the
Making
dark
it in
and
San
only sleeps during the
Diego.
day? Sounds a lot like a creature of the night.
Creature of the Night? That's a song from Rocky Horror Picture Show.
How about that?
She's a
Oh, no.
a vampire. Oh, I get it. You're trying to scare me. What? Yeah, you really think I'd fall for that? I mean, stealing Benson's camera was pretty gnarly, but come on. I'm not that stupid.
Oh.
Ah, Dad!
Who the fuck has a bunch of bats in their basement?
Shitty CGI bats at that.
Yo, good fellas.
What is that smell? Oh, God, what did Mom and Dad get us into? Who is that? Jennifer?
Yeah, that's totally Jennifer, boys. That's totally her.
I'd be more worried about the fucking spider.
What are you doing?
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of fucking cobwebs.
Say something.
Bunch of.
Or do you think that was Jennifer doing that?
Mr. Whiskers.
Spit it out, you Nimrod.
Oh, he said Nimrod. Uh-oh.
I was fucking.
Uh-oh.
That's my stew, boys.
Some evil
Oh my.
bullshit.
Oh my God! She scared the 90s out of us! Get the shotgun! Hang on, Vincent!
She scared the 90s out of us.
What, bitch?
Oh, you fucking missed.
Fucking missed the pump action.
Eat lead, bitch.
This is Evil Dead level quality. I remember. I remember Bruce Campbell's first work.
Oh my god. The production value is so great here.
I got a chair!
Stanley, if we want to survive, we have to work together.
Oh my god. Just straight up butcher her, man.
I get the feeling that would be me if like me, you, and SD were in this sort of situation. I'd just be me just meleeing the shit.
Mom and Dad came back early the next day. When they asked about Jennifer, Timothy and I just turned to each other and smiled. Oddly enough, they didn't ask any more questions, so I guess the problem solved itself.
What smells so good?
My new specialty. Jennifer taught us this excellent stew recipe.
What's
Oh, I wonder what the stew is, guys.
Well, Mom, if we told you, we'd have to kill you.
I found a finger in my soup. Very flavorful.
I hope you enjoyed that story. Those guys, Stanley and Timothy, are some pretty good kids. And excellent cooks. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you want some?
Oh, no thanks. I'm going vegan.
Oh my god.
Good night, everyone.
Well, that was an interesting video, wasn't that, folks?
The special effects would still
be considered cutting edge in Uganda. Oh my god, I have yet to watch the fucking Ugandan films. Fucking priceless shit, from what I've
I think
seen.
the only one I've seen is them building bikes out of pieces of wood, and some of them actually work and are pretty good.
Oh my gosh. Well, before we continue into our next story that we're going to be reading tonight, I am going to take a little bit of a break. I'm going to go feed Zorro, because she's literally rubbing up against my computer chair, so I'll go ahead and take care of that, and we'll be right back.
Giving the old side eye, you know, come on.
Yeah, literally, she's doing that. She's giving me the side eye. So I'll be right back, ladies and gents. I will.
I'm gonna post pictures of this sponge creature in the Discord.
All right, sounds cool. I'll make sure to post those when I get back, or show them on the screen. But for now, here's I guess these were clips from Lethal Company. Yep, you're right back. Yeah. But welcome everyone to Venom Sock Plays. I'm your host as usual, Venom Sock.
The only episode I remember.
And I'm here with the usual guests, that being SD, Sparky, and Boba. So the mods that we have here are,
after they bury it in the
are going to give us kind of more of an advantage. We're going to more or less use like the mini map to kind of guide our way around.
So they have to like dig it back up, but it looks even worse.
Oh god.
Terrifying.
Well, I think with that,
it does look something out.
I think we should get right into it.
Goodly Trolls comedy, actually. It wouldn't be out of place in the Onion Punch comic.
Oh my god! What the fuck is this? I hear something crawling. Oh, I thought that was a monster, but that was just SD. I thought that was the. Oh fuck! Through the door! Through the door! Oh, it's 6. We should probably get back.
I just heard yippee yippee. I just heard something get overly excited.
Oh my god. Yeah. Not gonna jump.
Yeah, I thought Goku. I'm not dealing with that.
Wait, Goku?
Yeah.
Oh, what the? What the fuck just happened? Oh! Holy fuck!
Oh god.
I knew the Sephiroth music wasn't alright.
Alright, Sock, come with me.
Alright, I will grab, not SD, but Sparky's body. Alright.
Is that orange?
Oh, that's the exit.
That's
I
the
think.
exit,
No, it's Goku!
Oh no!
Oh fuck! It's Goku! Oh my god, there's 2 snails.
How'd your fight with Goku go?
My butt hurts, dude. My asshole hurts.
Oh my god! Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. Oh,
The kitty.
I forgot to turn off the fucking intro. Alright.
Play the intro again.
No, I am not playing the intro again. No matter how much money you send me, I'm not playing the intro.
I was so tempted to start doing that to Rogue again.
Oh my gosh.
Just to get on Preston's nerves.
Oh man, I remember those days. Literally, everyone would send in a super chat saying, "Hey Rogue, play the intro again." Oh my gosh. But I think it's time for us to read another story. I'm kind of interested what the Aliso tapes are.
The Aliso tapes.
Yeah, it's been on the wheel for a while now. So, let's go ahead and read this shit. Or spin this shit, I mean.
Well, that is rigged.
Totally wasn't rigged from the start.
Rigged.
Star says, I'm this close to leaving my candy bowl on the porch and calling it a night. You know, I feel that. Having to deal with, like...
Why didn't you just...
Yeah, just put a little sign that says, take one, I don't care.
Wait, Star, are you dressed as a dummy waiting for a kid to walk up just so you can scare them? That's 100% something you do.
Oh my gosh, I wish I could do that. Just scare the shit out of people coming up. So we are reading the Aliso tapes now.
Just
give me 1 sec. Let me fix something here.
Star the hell in a scarecrow costume. Chase him down the street in the clown costume.
Hey, you forgot your candy! Oh man.
Hey, that's not a chocolate bar. Get back here.
Alright, the Aliso tapes. I almost sound like I'm saying the Lizzo tapes, as in like the fucking artist Lizzo.
If Lizzo's involved, I'm fucking out.
Oh my gosh.
Fuck that.
Well, I'll begin the first, this story.
The woman scares the shit out of me. That's a short one.
The Aliso tape. It was the day of July 1st, 1998. My friends and I were on a Boy Scouts camping trip for the 4th of July to go set off fireworks. It was your usual camping trip, except on the 4th of July. That's when I got the Aliso tape in my hands. We were looking for a location to set fireworks off at. It actually took us about 3 hours to look for a spot. Because there were a lot of trees at the campsite and not really any empty space for us to place all of our firework equipment. We couldn't set off the fireworks in the area we were sleeping at because of the tree lines. I'm going to change the song. It doesn't really fit well. There we go. It was probably the worst 3 hours of my life. I was tired and exhausted for walking for so long. This wasn't fun at all. Just imagine hiking for 3 hours nonstop and looking and passing by trees. But there was one thing that immediately made my friends and I jump in excitement. We saw an old abandoned house. We were around 12 to 14 at the time, so naturally we loved scary movies. We figured that the abandoned house would be haunted. We really wanted to go inside of it. We had the best camp chaperone, and he was very interested in going inside of it too. So, we went in. The house had probably been abandoned for about 10 or 20 years ago, or so, and looked like a building after an earthquake. We walked inside the house, but it was not empty as expected. Not empty at all. It looked as if people had evacuated it and left all their belongings behind. There were toys on the ground and food in the pantry and a no longer functional refrigerator. The sounds kind of disgusting, but as a 12-year-old boy, I thought it was awesome. But I, too, think this was pretty scary. In our group, I was always the last one to walk inside the rooms of the house, but I did not do that when we were entering the attic of the house. The attic was probably the scariest looking part, too. The attic caught my attention by the holes and rips in the door leading into it. It was pretty obvious that termites had eaten up the place over the years. I entered the attic first, terrified. There were only holes in the walls, no distinguishing features. The attic room was completely empty. There was absolutely nothing in it, or at least I first thought. I got my flashlight from the backpack and turned it on. Dead in the center of the room, on the floor, was a little videotape. I picked it up. It was a little dirty, but not damaged and would be easy to clean. It had a sticker on it that was also written, Alysso. I had no idea what that meant. I picked up the tape and placed it in my pocket. I showed my friends, but not the chaperone, because I feared he would tell me to place it back and I wouldn't get to take it. After the camping trip, I took the tape and cleaned it with a can of compressed air. After I cleaned it, I grabbed my camera and took a picture of me holding it, just for the sake of it. Finding something in the middle of nowhere in an abandoned house would obviously entice you to take your camera out. I then placed the tape into my VCR. It looked as if it had been made in the 1990s. It took a minute to load, then it started. The footage began as what looked like a school play or assembly or something. The only thing unusual about it was the video and audio quality was horrible, even for VHS. The video quality looked like it had been tampered with and the audio was virtually inaudible. I couldn't understand a word anyone was saying. There was obviously something wrong with the camera. The clip would violently twitch to other scenes of the play. That really didn't bother me. Not until the footage turned to static. The footage next went to another clip with worse quality than the other clip, but this part wasn't related to the previous one. I couldn't really tell where it was. All I could hear was that what sounded like laughing in the background of the video. And evil laughing. Sparky.
The clip again went to static for about 3 seconds and then moved on to the next clip, which showed the camera sauntering towards a music box with what looked like a dancing clown on it. Oh no. This is when I knew things were getting creepy. Getting creepy. Fucking dancing clown. During the clip, 2 sick and horrific images interrupted the camera for a split second. It then showed a whole marathon of disturbing pictures that went on for about 2 seconds. It also showed 1 second long video that still scares me to this day. It showed a video of a woman who looked like she had polio, dancing with an umbrella. This went on and on and on throughout the video. I couldn't speak and got up to stop the video before I'd seen anything else. As I was about to turn off the player, I lost the remote. I was way too scared to go up to the TV and turn it off, for I feared that the woman would pop out of the camera again. And she did.
Oh boy.
It was wearing a clown hat like the one the clown was wearing on the music box. She started walking towards the camera, looking at me. That's when the video ended. Then I took the tapes out as fast as I could and shoved it into the safe that I never used. I placed the safe in my garage in the back and with all my family's random junk. 9 years and several therapy sessions later, probably unrelated, but who knows, I found my brother's messing with the tape. I asked him how he found it and how he got it out of my safe. He told me I'd left a sticker that had the password on my safe. Kinda defeats the fucking point of safe.
Wow, what a fucking dumbass.
That's like writing password on the monitor screen of a computer.
Jesus.
You probably know this as well, but my brother has that problem all the time. People have left like the password just stuck to the monitor on a post-it note.
That is
Like,
horrible
"Oh,
security. You can't fucking do that shit. Like, before I go on this rant, let's continue this story before I rant.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
So he'd managed to open it and get the tape. He was messing around with it and said he was making a video called "Obey the Walrus," which sounds terrifying.
God, this is like something out of the fucking Beatles.
I am the walrus. I am the
Cuckoo.
Eggman. That's when I was going to upload to that he was going to upload to YouTube. My brother made really wacky videos. Where'd he get a walrus from? Then he placed the tape back in my safe. 6 years later, my wife, my son, and myself went to my parents' house for Easter. My dad asked me to get his screwdriver out of the back of the garage. Immediately, I saw it there, sitting right on top of my old safe. I decided, why didn't you take it with you when you moved out? I decided to take it home and take the tape out. And that is how I was reminded that this whole strange experience, what you see can't be unseen.
And it says right here, just for you guys, I uploaded the video to YouTube for your entertainment. Okay, so let me pause the music, and I guess we'll take a look at what the footage is. Totally nothing creepy, right? Alright, give me a sec. Bonfire off.
It's about 5 minutes long.
Oh boy. Alright, oh, this is the tape that they were talking about. It's a school play. Yeah, we know that. I think we kind of want to get into the weirdness of it all. Which...
I'm sort of panning through it. It's the weirdness sort of starts at about, like, 4 minutes.
So ladies and gentlemen, please be advised, we are kind of looking at this for the first time, so... Oh. There was a face! And then there was a face! Ooh. Is that Elmo?
Elmo. No.
Oh, I don't like those sounds. This looks like a bathtub filled with horrible shit.
Face.
Oh.
Fuck, it is Elmo.
What the fuck? Is that a rat?
What? What are you doing there?
Squats in Zorro's stomach.
Murderous bitch.
Hold on, let me read the description before. Okay. This is the tape I was talking about. The footage on the tape I found on a camping trip. I found this tape in an old abandoned house on a camp trip in the 90s. Footage is disturbing. Your discretion is advised. What? The snake rising. I've already kind of skimmed ahead, and I don't like this little fucking doll thing that we're gonna see. It actually looks kind of terrifying. Oh, what the fuck? Fucking
that
bullshit.
What's
that? Hold up.
Fucking dumb jump scares.
Hold up. We gotta go right back to that. What the fuck was that?
I want to make that a sticker in the Discord. That's
I have to like pause it.
Hello there.
Hello, everyone.
Good morning. What's happening in there?
That's supposed to be
Borealis. You know?
When you got caught straight up jorking it.
When you jorking it, your mom walked in. Looks like that fucking meme of the 1,000-yard stare. Like, he's seen some shit, man.
What the fuck? It just pops up on screen. Oh my god.
She's giving you a BJ and she keeps on sucking.
She keeps on sucking afterwards. Ah!
You're all spent. She keeps on sucking.
I bet we're gonna get another jump scare, aren't we? Before we see the fucking doll.
I hope so. I hope it's funny as that.
Oh god, it is like really fucking loud.
Fucking whoopee cushion. And then they were attacked by a grizzly bear. And then...
What the fuck? Is this supposed to be scary? Hold up.
He goes by too fast to even see it. So fucking stupid.
I knew this was gonna happen. Oh, jump scare!
Oh, corridor.
Hello. Okay, I actually don't like this. No. Why? When he gives you the look, when he gives you that look.
Jessica's naked and laughing.
Wait, naked and laughing? Oh, you talking about the weird?
Yeah, King Cobra JFS is X.
Oh my god. $25 from Samurai Dog saying boo. Oh! Oh.
You got something on your head, look.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, what's wrong with your face?
What the fuck?
Looks like the Russian boxer from Rocky. I must break him.
It seems like the rest of the video is just doing this whole bullshit of like panning out, panning into the fucking doll, a jump scare of this lady.
Are you scared yet? Are you scared yet? Are you scared now? Are you scared?
Alright, that's a little... What the fuck?
That's the stupidest shit I've ever seen. That's fucking doll.
How is this supposed to be scary? This is just like fucking weird.
I'm beautiful.
We're gonna get another jump scare, I bet. Yep, it's gonna be the fucking lady. Sorry, I'm being kind of a pussy. Just
It's
what?
not even a jump scare. It's fucking stupid. Like
It's like the suicide mouse, you know? Remember that whole bullshit?
Yeah.
Well, the doll's gonna turn its head and go ooga booga.
Ooga booga, spooky man.
It's a spooky man.
It's a spooky man.
Boo!
I was expecting it head up. It had like the Chad chin.
Oh my god. My favorite part has to be the fucking oh, where is it at? It's the one of oh, you know which one I'm talking about. It's like over here. Yeah. Hold up. Oh yeah, you're right. In the story, Shannick, it is mentioned that the lady does have polio. And I've seen that clip so many times, like in other fucking videos.
I'm so bad I can't even find the fucking jump scare bits. God damn it.
Oh my god. It's like 315, 316. It's this fucking face that gets me. What the fuck? And our author, our narrator, is fucking terrified of this. What?
God damn it, I can't.
When she... I want to see how this looks like if you invert the colors back to the original. Oh my god.
I can't even fucking pause it fast enough to get it on the thing.
Yeah, it's in between 315, 316. What the fuck?
Oh, I almost had it.
And then there's like more information on the website, some 90s footage of me with the tape. Actually, let me check this out. Oh, this is 9 minutes long.
I think it's just the same video, just on a CRT monitor. If it's the
Yeah,
second
him
link.
watching it. Okay. And it's his reaction. Let me just see this. Does he say anything here? Let me just kind of like skip back. Okay, he's just showing his hand and everything. I think this is meant to be like an analog horror or ARG or some shit. Because there's a website too. Alright, let's go to the end of the video.
There we go.
All right, that's basically the video. Is just him watching it. Okay. And then for more information, I'm gonna turn off my screen just to make sure that I'm not seeing anything weird. Excuse me. For more information, the Alyssa. Oh, this site can't be reached. It's probably DNS probe finish NXDO or NX domain. I guess it's no longer there. So.
I'm trying to.
Yeah. What a weird story.
It's kind of. Oh no, I need to figure out where my pictures are. God damn it.
All right, well, that was the Alysso tapes, everyone. Or the Alysso tape. It just seems like this person found someone's weird fetish video. That's the best thing I can describe.
Oh, I fucking recognize this movie. Fuck.
Huh?
I inverted the image. It's from a movie. I can't remember the name of it though.
And I see that you posted some videos, or not videos, but photos as well.
Yeah, that's the Ghost Bumps episode. That's the creature from it.
The sponge demon.
Creature.
Yeah, you had mentioned that. Let me turn on the music again so we can have some ambiance.
It's from a movie, but I can't remember what movie.
Oh my god!
Well, that's it inverted, but I recognize it from a movie.
Whatever movie it is, it just looks like it's poorly added on. Oh my god.
Opening browser. Let's have a look at Google Lens. Yeah, it's from Terra V2.
Terra V2, okay.
Yeah. It's some dumb Photoshop
My gosh. Well, that was an interesting story, ladies and gentlemen. Honestly,
Stupid.
I give it a 5. I mean, it probably would have been
if it didn't have the dumb video with it, it'd be like a thing. But watching the dumb video with it just fucking.
Yeah, I think that's what gave me like a 5 out of 10 for this story. It probably would have been a 7. But yeah, the video just made it hilarious. Just the fucking image. Like, what the fuck was that? Oh my gosh. Like, yeah, it was unnerving because of the doll face, and I'm not gonna lie, I covered my hands like a little baby, like, oh.
Yeah, like, you were expecting a jump scare or something.
Yeah, I was like,
but like,
when the jump scares do happen, they're like generic ones that we've already seen already. Like, for example, I saw one pop up that looks like it came from like an analog horror.
Yeah, and it came by so fast that it was like a blink and you'll miss it.
Yeah, and it was kind of funny looking too. Like, funny looking in the sense of like, I'm actually laughing at this. This looks so stupid.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
And then like the fucking lady with polio, like, I'm sorry, like, you know, like, first of all, let me just say polio is a horrible disease. Let's get that out of the way. But just like using that as like oh yeah, scary. That was just like really more of why.
Yeah, but we sort of cured it. The flipping.
Well,
We don't
there's
need
still
to
some
worry
people
about
that
it.
still have it because, well, how would you say it? The cure to polio is penicillin. But there's
Yeah.
some people that are highly allergic or deathly allergic to penicillin. So,
Yeah, you get it at school usually.
but yeah, the Aliso tape. What a weird one, man. Not really creepy, just kind of just weird and funny. But I guess it's time for another story. Oh, okay.
I've actually found that full episode of Goosebumps that came from the Beneath the Sink. It's only 20 minutes long. I might submit it next month.
All right. Well, I don't know if we can watch a Goosebumps episode. Because I don't know if we'll get like flagged for that, but you know, if not, I'd be down to watch it. So, but all right, the next story we're going to be reading is The Midnight Game. I'll probably read this one in its entirety because it is kind of a short one.
Yeah.
But this was like one of my favorites as like a kid when I started getting into creepypastas. And I've always wanted to do this with a bunch of friends just to fuck around and shit, but I also had that side of me that was like, well, wait a minute, you know, I don't want to be messing with like beings that are beyond my comprehension. Because that is like what white people do.
You hang out with me, don't you?
Yeah.
I'm beyond all mortal comprehension.
All
I
right.
make no sense. I'm born stupid, built different, ungovernable.
All right. The Midnight Game. The Midnight Game is an old pagan ritual, typically performed as punishment for those who had broken the laws of the pagan religion in question. While it was also used as a scare tactic to not disobey the gods, there is still a very existent chance of death to those who play the Midnight Game. There's an even higher chance of permanent mental scarring. It is highly recommended that you do not play the Midnight Game. However, for those who like thrills, or thrill seekers, searching for a rush, or for those delving into the obscure occult rituals, these are simple instructions on how to play. Do so at your own risk. Prerequisites for the game. It must be exactly 12 a.m. when you begin performing the ritual, otherwise the game will not work. Materials. You will need a candle, a piece of paper, writing implement, matches or lighter, salt, a wooden door, and at least 1 drop of your own blood. Now, before I continue any further, yes, this is probably fake. As we all know, creepypastas are all fictitious, but to those that are actually wanting to play this game, please, maybe not, you know, or be careful, you know. Not saying that, spiritual shit's gonna happen, but
challenging me.
but like dropping like at least 1 drop of your blood, it can get a little so please be careful. I am not condoning anyone to actually play this game. So
I'm 20 minutes too late anyway. It's 20 minutes past midnight here.
it is still like 3.5 hours till midnight where I'm at.
I'll have to do it tomorrow.
No, it's All Souls Day for you over there.
Yeah, Day of the Dead.
Yep. If you're playing with multiple people, they will need their own set of the aforementioned materials, and they will have to perform the steps below accordingly. Step 1. Write your full name, your first, middle, and last, on the piece of paper. Put at least 1 drop of blood on the paper. Allow it to soak into paper. Step 2. Turn off all the lights in the place you are doing this. Go to your wooden door and place the paper with your name on in front of it. Now, take out the candle and light it. Place it on top of the paper. Knock on the door 22 times for step 3. The hour must be 12 a.m. exactly upon the final knock. Then open the door, blow out the candle, and close the door You have just allowed the Midnight Man to enter your house. Step 4. Immediately relight your candle. This is where the game begins. You must now lurk around your now completely dark house with the lit candle in your hand. Your goal is to avoid the Midnight Man at all costs until 3:33 a.m. Should your candle ever go out, that means the Midnight Man is near you, and you must relight your candle in the next 10 seconds. If you are not successful in doing this, you must then immediately surround yourself with a circle of salt. If you are unsuccessful in both of your actions, the Midnight Man will create a hallucination of your greatest fear and rip out your organs one by one. You will feel it, but you will be unable to react. If you are successful in creating the circle of salt, you must remain in there until 3:33 a.m. If you are successful in relighting your candle, you may proceed with the game. You must continue to 3:33 a.m. without being attacked by the Midnight Man or trapped inside the circle of salt to win the game. The Midnight Man will leave your house at exactly 3:33 a.m. and you will be safe to proceed with your morning. Addition. Indications that you are near the Midnight Man will include a sudden drop in temperature, seeing a pure black humanoid figure through the darkness, and hearing very soft whispering coming from an indiscernible source. If you experience any of these, it is advised that you leave the area to avoid the Midnight Man. Do not turn any of the lights on during the game. Do not use a flashlight during the midnight game. Do not go to sleep during the midnight game. Do not attempt to use another person's blood on your name. Do not use a lighter as a substitute for a candle. It will not work. And definitely do not attempt to provoke the Midnight Man in any way. Even when the game is over, he will be watching you. Good luck. You're gonna need it.
Well, you've removed the funnest parts of the game. Don't provoke him. Don't fight him.
Yeah.
What's the freaking point? The whole point of me playing this game.
No, I think it
like...
still could be a fun game if you want to do that. I'd say do it in a small confined space. Like a one.
Of course, I want to fight him. He's invaded my home.
You're not trapped. I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me.
I open the door. The Midnight Man appears. Says, "Oh fuck, it's you! Oh,
oh, you fucking bitch! What you doing in here?"
You go. Get back here, you bastard!
Here's the Midnight Man screaming, "No, help!"
He's surrounding himself in salt just to keep me away from him.
That's not gonna stop me.
You think that's gonna stop me? I'm gonna set fire.
That's just gonna trap you. Oh man.
I just imagine you waking up the next morning, me bullying the Midnight Man just in the corner.
Yeah, I can just imagine you're like, "Hey, Sock, look what I got! I got a pussy ass bitch. Help! He's trying to kill me."
I'm not trying to kill you. I'd never kill you. I'm just having some fun.
Oh man.
Flop.
I do have to say, this is a pretty interesting one of those ritual pastas. Very interesting.
It is this.
Though I feel like the whole part where he's like, he rips out your organs and you feel it. Oh, I feel like it could have been, more built up upon. Like there could be like more of like, oh yeah, if you don't do this specifically, he will do this and then kill you. Like, or go into great detail of what he looks like too. I think that's another thing that this story is kind of missing. But
yeah,
beggars can't be choosers.
This game's stupid.
Yeah, this is I'd say 7 out of 10.
All the fun things.
It's a pretty good story, a pretty good ritual. Just add more fun stuff to it, and we'll do it.
It'd be good to do a Halloween party if you have someone dressed up as like the Midnight Man. Like,
you're right. That'd be pretty.
Their goal is to blow out your candle.
Yeah, and you have like 10 seconds to do so.
And then, or like do the thing.
The circle, yeah, the circle with salt.
Yeah,
yeah, that'd be pretty cool. No, I feel like if we ever did an IRL game of that, we should get rid of the pricking your fingers so you can put your blood and such. I'd just say, just sign your name.
And the ripping out your guts is just a sucker punch to the gut. Like,
Yeah. Oh god. It's like, hey man, you didn't light it in time and you didn't put the circle of salt in time. You know what's up. Fucking sucker punch. Fuck! My nuts!
sucker punch to the nuts.
Oh my god, that's gotta be. Ugh. Alright, I think we got.
Midnight Man. Say goodbye to your nuts.
I think we can do one or two more. And then we'll go on to the green text again.
Yay.
Alright, let's spin that wheel.
Spin the wheel.
Oh, I didn't even. Sorry, folks, I forgot to turn off the there. Too many teeth. Okay, this one might be long, so after this one, we're going straight to green text.
Where's too many teeth? I shall start.
Alright.
The fuck is it? Too many teeth.
Yep.
Another Reddit. Blah.
Sorry. Trigger warning, there is self-harm here, so be warned. Whenever you're ready, Spurky, go for it.
Too many teeth. Daddy, I lost a tooth. He lisped a bit as he said it. I'm pretty sure that's not how that works, but as I held my hand out, I saw that his hand had a tooth in it. It was one of the front ones, and I congratulated him on losing it so cleanly. I wondered if he pulled it out himself, but I put it out of my mind. No, I took this hammer to it.
Oh my god.
Brandon didn't pull out his own splinters out, and I couldn't see him yanking out his own teeth. He was 6 and 1 month, as he liked to say, and this was his first tooth he'd lost. It was late in that respect. Many of his friends had already started losing baby teeth, and he was giddy when he brought this one to me. Now the tooth fairy will come and take it away, he said, skipping off to continue playing. Ah yes, I had forgotten that part. Reaches into my pocket. Oh, I'm poor.
Oh my gosh.
Brandon had become obsessed with the tooth fairy after his friend Nina had lost a tooth. 5. No, what's the fucking thing that chefs think? Tree fiddy. You leave tree fiddy under your pillow. He thought of her as a blue fairy from Pinocchio, and was very excited that she would come to his window and leave money for his teeth. He had asked what she did with all those teeth, where she got all the money, and 1,000 other things. I was a pretty creative person. I had come up with all kinds of stories of what she did with them, where she got the money, and how she came in without making a sound, and on and on and on. I was kind of glad that he'd finally lost a tooth, because I was starting to run out of material and thought if he experienced it, he might lose interest in it. We put it under his pillow that night, and I assured him that it would be gone by the morning, and there would be money there when he got up. Then, of course, I fell asleep waiting for my wife to get home, and woke up finding her sleeping beside me, and the sun began to peek over the horizon. I went quickly but quietly, and thanked my lucky stars that Brandon was a sound sleeper. He hadn't woken up yet, and I took the dollar I was going to put out of my pocket, and prepared to make the swap. To my surprise, however, the tooth was already gone. No one had left money, but the tooth had disappeared. I looked around thinking it had slipped out, or it had just gone. I left the dollar anyway, not wanting him to be disappointed, and went back to my room to get a little shut-eye before the alarm went off. We never made it to the alarm, because Brandon came in waving the dollar and said the tooth fairy had come. Look what the tooth fairy left me, he said. It was all for me. I told him that was awesome, but internally I raised an eyebrow. He? The tooth fairy had always been a woman any other time. He talked about her. Maybe I thought Brandon had just had a dream or something last night. He put the money in his piggy bank, and I figured we could put this behind us. 2 days later, as I put him to bed, I put my hand beneath the pillow and felt something strange. I took my hand out and found another tooth. "What's this?" I asked him. "Oh, I lost another tooth," Brandon asked. No excitement, no hope that the tooth fairy would come, just a matter-of-fact tone. I guess that was what I wanted. His obsession with the tooth fairy had ended. When he had finally lost a tooth, he'd gone and been absolutely unfazed. And that stopped me for a moment. "Why didn't you tell me you lost another tooth, buddy?" "I don't know. Just kinda happened." I put the tooth back under the pillow, telling him to make sure to say something next time. I then kissed him goodnight and put him to bed. When I went to put the money under his pillow a little later, though, the tooth wasn't there. Instead, there was a coin. I took a look at it, thinking it was a $50, and realized I was wrong. Almost at once, at first I thought it was one of those weird chocolate coins you sometimes get in Christmas. You get for Christmas, turning it. I realized it was just extremely grubby. It was heavy, like it was made out of brass or copper, and the surface looked dirty, almost like it had been at the bottom of a well for quite some time. Do you want to take over, or?
Sure thing. I started to take it with me, something in me wanting to keep it away from my son. But I put it back instead. It wasn't mine, after all, and by the look of it, it was probably something that he treasured. It had been back under his pillow for less than a few seconds before his hand went searching for it. His fingers took hold of it almost greedily as he clutched it, and I decided to take the dollar back with me. Brandon changed a bit after that night, but it's only in retrospect that I see it. He became very secretive, not my little buddy like he used to be. Brandon didn't want to play video games in the living room with me anymore. He didn't want to read stories at bedtime anymore. He spent a lot of time in his room, and he just seemed to be closing off. His mother laughed at me when I told her I was feeling a little hurt by it. "He's just being a kid," she said. "Kids go through phases sometimes. Don't take it so personally. In a couple of months, he'll probably be back to his usual self again." I hope he would, but it was hard to ignore the physical changes that were going on as well. Not only was Brandon quieter, but it seemed like he had grown. He hadn't gained a foot in a single week, but sometimes it seemed his fingers were abnormally long. His arms were strangely jointed, and his face was oddly stretched. He would look at me sometimes, look at me like he was thinking about doing something that he knew would make me angry. I didn't like it, but he never did it right out in the open. Like I said, Brandon never came to sit with me or play video games, but I would sometimes catch him peeking at me from the hallway, or from under the table in the kitchen. It was creepy, but I figured it was just little kid behavior, you know? A month after Brandon lost his first tooth, I found another one in his backpack. Well, not just one. I found 5 hidden in the front pocket of his backpack. Excuse me. After he left it on the kitchen table, when he went to the bathroom. He had become pretty protective of the backpack, putting it in his room or keeping it close to him at all times, and I started getting suspicious of what might be in there. I didn't think it was drugs or anything. It was 6, but I thought it might be something weird or dangerous. What if he had a snake or something in there? So when he suddenly ran off to go to the bathroom, I knew this was my chance to have a look. I needed to sign his folder for school anyway, so I took out the folder and looked over the day's report before taking a peek in the pockets. The teeth were just sitting there, bumping together, when I poked at them. But they didn't really look like human teeth. These looked more like animal teeth, and they were too strange to have come out of my son's mouth. They might have been from a cat or a dog, I suppose. Maybe. What are you doing? I zipped the backpack and turned around, looking like I'd been caught doing something I shouldn't. Nothing, just signing your folder. Brandon looked at me with a great deal of distrust, taking the backpack and going to his room without putting his back to me. I told his mother about the teeth when she came home from work, but she brushed it off again, saying that little kids often collect strange things. Yeah, they said the same thing about Jeffrey Dahmer, and look what happened to him.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, this is a terrible mother. You don't just brush something off like that. He's collecting
Exactly.
Where is he finding these? He's 6.
Exactly. That is a weird thing for a 6-year-old to find. And that is, how would you say it? Very, if a kid is finding stuff like that, that's when you have to, like, be like, hey, something's wrong with my child. I need to do some tests.
Is he finding? Yeah. Is he finding these at school, or is he finding these in the yard?
Who knows?
Where is he finding it?
But to say, oh, they're just things that kids collect. No. My brothers collected animal skeletons they found out in the woods, she said dismissive. Oh, let me do the female voice. My brothers collected animal skeletons they found out in the woods, she said dismissively, and she got ready for bed. Thank goodness it's just teeth and not a whole skull. And still, that's weird. I let it go, but it was hard not to see what was going on. Brandon started looking like he wasn't sleeping well. Like, he had these huge bags under his eyes, and he was fidgety anytime he was made to sit still, like at dinner or for homework. He'd get short and agitated, muttering to himself in a way I couldn't understand. I listened carefully once when we were doing math homework, and it sounded like he was talking in a different language. He looked up when he saw me noticing, squinting at me with the look of distrust. And it broke my heart to see him like that. Brandon had always been my little buddy, and this sudden change in him was painful to watch. 2 weeks later, I got a call from the school. They needed to speak to me about something important. Brandon had been in a fight where he had knocked more than a few of the kids' teeth out. I came down right away, afraid that Brandon was hurt, but when I saw him sitting in the principal's office, he looked none the worse for wear. He had a bruise on his cheek, and his hands looked like he beat them against the wall, but he didn't seem injured or in distress at all. Quite the contrary, Brandon looked happier than I had ever seen him. I took a seat next to him in the office, waiting to see what they had thought was so important. We called you in not because Brandon has been fighting, but because of other rumors going around about him in class. Rumors? I asked. Yes, sir. The student he fought with said Brandon has been taking strange deals with other students. I shook my head, not quite understanding. What kind of deals? They say he's been buying people's teeth. I shuddered, thinking about the teeth in the bag that I saw not long ago. I looked down at Brandon, questioning him with my eyes as to whether or not this was true. He looked back at me without hesitation, pretty much letting me know it was. He had been trading his lunch for them. He had been trading other things for them too, like toys and other small things. He has allegedly traded over 20 students of their teeth across 3 grades. Today, the student in question, he had taken the trade, but refused to give him any teeth. Your son responded by beating the teeth out of his mouth. I looked at Brandon, asking what he was thinking. He didn't bother to answer, just clenched his fist in his lap and looked at the floor. I think that was when it really hit me how much he had changed. The bags under his eyes were dark and deep, and his fingers were long enough that I couldn't see how anyone didn't notice. Each finger seemed twice as long as it should be, and as he clenched, I could see a 4th knuckle on each of them. The reason we called you in, sir, is to get those teeth back. I turned and looked at the principal. What do you mean, get them back? He took a little green he looked a little green as he wiped his forehead with a napkin. We believe your son has the missing teeth, but he won't tell us where they are, and he won't give them back to us. We can't seem to find them, and the mother is hopeful that the dentist can put them back in if they're not too badly damaged. If nothing else, they want them back so they can take them to the dentist and make sure that the teeth are baby teeth and are not permanent. Brandon hasn't said a word about where he put them, and we are deeply troubled by this behavior. I looked at Brandon and asked him where the teeth were. He shook his head and not saying a word. I asked him again, and when he shook his head this time, I heard something. Something nearly indistinguishable, but altogether unsettling. Something was rattling in his mouth. We can sit here until you decide to give us those teeth, but you're not leaving until we get them back. I don't know what's gotten into you, but the idea that we wouldn't be leaving seemed to decide him. He bent slowly over the principal's desk, making eye contact with the older man the whole time as he opened his mouth. 3 teeth fell out as he pushed his tongue out, and none of them appeared to be his. The teeth clattered onto the desk like old dice, and more than one of them had the root hanging from them. Ugh.
Ew.
As he sat back up, I had the sneaking suspicion that he was holding out. The principal, however, seemed more than okay with what he had gotten back. He told us to go, saying that Brandon was suspended for 2 weeks, and I collected my son as we headed for the door. The principal managed not to vomit before we got out of his office, but it was a near thing.
Hey, surely he was phased.
Oh my god, I'd be very concerned about that kid. We talked the entire way home. While I talked, I talked, and Brandon just sat there and said nothing. I told him I didn't know what all this was about, but he had to stop. This wasn't him. This wasn't like him, and he needed to tell me what was going on so that I could help. I was his dad. I wanted to help him, but I couldn't help him if he didn't talk to me. The whole time, he just sat there and stared at me. Most kids who are being chastised look out at the window or look at their feet, but he stared directly at me in brazen defiance. His fingers kept flexing, and I saw him put a hand to his pocket more than once. I wanted to tell him to turn them out, to give me the tooth from that kid that he had kept, but something in me didn't dare. I was loath to admit it, but I was a little bit afraid of my son at the moment. He looked nothing like the boy that I had known for almost 7 years. My grandma used to tell stories about babies taken by fairies and the changelings that they leave behind. This reminded me of those stories. The kid in front of me was so fundamentally different from the one I knew that it was almost like I was talking to a different person. Sparky, would you like to continue?
I will. As we pulled up in the yard, I told him he was grounded. No tablet, no TV, no dessert. He didn't seem to care. He just walked inside and went to his room. His tablet was still on the charger, and the TV remote had been left on the door to his room. I didn't know what he was doing in there, but it clearly wasn't playing. He was way too quiet. And when his mother called to tell him she was working a double, I almost cried. I didn't want to be here alone with him anymore than I had to be. And that made me feel even worse. He didn't come out for dinner, and when I went to bring him his plate a little later, I heard muffled voices as if he spoke to someone. I tried to get the teeth, but they caught me. I didn't know who he was talking to, kind of though he might be talking to himself. And when the gruff voice responded, I felt my stomach drop. You just have to do better next time. The voice was unlike anything I'd ever heard. It was deep and watery, like something at the bottom of a well, and it spoke in a way that made his mouth sound strangely full. It was devoid of any kind of kindness or charity, the sounds you sometimes hear when people speak to children. It was authoritarian in voice, the teacher, and they were not pleased with my son. I'm grounded. They suspended me from school. I'm not going to be able to get any more teeth for at least 2 weeks. Your father has teeth, it said in a matter-of-factly. Your mother has teeth, too. When he answered, he didn't sound afraid. When he answered, it was cold assuredness. They won't just give them to me. They don't understand what I'm doing. What's he doing? That's what I wanted to know. I gripped the doorknob, hoping that they wouldn't hear me. And that was when the voice said something that made my blood run cold. Then do not ask them. Take them. Like you did the boy today. I opened the door in one fluid motion. My son looked up guilty as I walked into his room. Who are you talking to? I asked. No one, he said, much too quickly. I heard someone, I said. I heard someone in here talking to you, and I wanted to know who it was and where they went. That was a lie. I didn't think I wanted to know who they were. What I wanted was them to never to come back. The person that sounded like some sort of demonic fairy from a kid's story. And I was afraid of what I'd see if he did come back. It's nothing, Brandon said, much too quickly again. I was doing voices. I talked to him a little bit longer, but got nothing. He wouldn't talk to me. He wouldn't tell me anything, and eventually I just left. I shouldn't have left it at that. I should have just left. I should have left it at that. I should have just left it alone. But I had no one to try one more time. It was late, about 10:30, which was pretty late for us, and I decided to try a peace offering. I felt pretty certain that he was still awake. I'd heard something moving around in there, and so I cut some of the pie and made it. Sorry.
It's all good.
I had made a go with dinner and walked back into his room. I was going to offer him the pie and see if I could maybe we could talk. I just wanted to know what it was that made him change so much. Most of all, I just wanted my son back. It killed me to have to act like this, but as the door came open, I got more answers than I bargained for. It was standing over the bed with its arms going around his pillow, and in the darkness of his room I realized it had to be what he was talking to. The pie fell on the ground, but I had a death grip on the plate. And I realized that I had sprained my thumb once I was in a state to feel it. I didn't speak. I could barely breathe. And as the thing turned to look at me, I realized my fairy theory might not have been too far off. It was grubby looking, like something had been living in a ditch. Its features were completely covered in something dark, like the texture of earth, except for two large lamp-like eyes that protruded from its face like bubble lights. It was tall, something I realized when it took its full height. It had been crouching before, pulling something from under my son's pillow, and it had to stoop as not to bang its head on the ceiling. It was about 9 feet from the floor. From the back, 4 insect-like wings protruded. They were large enough to carry it, but they were not large enough to be noticeable. Its hands and arms, its multi-jointed fingers, were far from delicate, looking as if they wriggled them ceaselessly. I expected it to charge me, it to attack, but instead it raised one huge finger to its face and made a sound. You'll wake the baby. It whispered and its mouth sounded like it was trying to swallow something. Then it smiled, and I saw not a double, but a triple row of teeth inside its mouth. There was no order to them. Molars next to canines, next to bicuspids, next to what appeared to be fangs and shark teeth. Its mouth was a mishmash of teeth, and it's all impossible not to feel a little woozy when you looked at it. It pulled its lips down, somehow containing all those teeth, and before my very eyes it vanished. My son was pretty upset when I grabbed him up and carried him out of the house. I put him in the car and we waited for the mother to get off work before taking him to a nearby motel. I told him what I'd seen, as best I could. And I think she believed there might be something going on. Oh, welcome to the party.
Oh my gosh, she's now just realizing, oh, yeah, there's something really weird going on with our boy.
Yeah, my son is furious, saying he needs to go back home so that he can do his job, but he won't say what that is. Honestly, I think he's been collecting teeth from collecting teeth or whatever that thing was. Gee, we'll give you a clue. When I went back to get some clothes and check the house, I looked under the pillow and found another of those strange coins. There was a box under the bed, and inside were equal parts teeth and coins. There was around 20 of them, and they were sitting next to the teeth of every shape and size. Most of them animal teeth, but some of them definitely human. I've taken the entire box with me, but the phone call I got from my wife before I left the house was what really worried me. She called to tell me that the son had locked himself in the bathroom and she was afraid he was hurting himself. There was a weird squelching sound, followed by yelling and crying. Ooh, I don't like the way this is going. He had locked himself in the bathroom, but we'd got the manager to unlock it. What we found will stay with us for a very long time. We're at the hospital now. My wife is in the ER room with him. And while we sit there in the waiting room, wait for updates, the protocol states only one parent can go in at a time. My son doesn't want me to go in there. He can't speak very well, but he made it very clear to my wife to give him space. Not wanting to excavate the condition any more than we had to. I've got the box in my lap as I sit here, and I'm not really sure what to do with it. Inside, eight teeth we managed to pull out of his own head before we got him restrained. Whatever this creature is, it must get its due, and my son was apparently intent on giving him his due. We'll probably end up taking him to a mental facility, but I know he isn't crazy. I saw that thing too. I know it will find him no matter where we take him. So be very careful when you tell your kids about the Tooth Fairy. What comes to collect the teeth might be something far worse. Ooh.
That is very interesting.
Yeah. It's sort of... The monster sort of gave me vibes of the Tooth Fairies you see in the Hellboy movie. The ones that, like, eat people.
You know, I have yet to actually watch the Hellboy movies. I've seen, like, little clips here and there when I was a kid, but never fully sat down and watched the films.
I recommend reading the comics as well. The comics are amazing. Like,
I have heard, yeah. But yeah, this was a very much competent story. I like how they introduced like the whole thing about like the fairies. You know, the fairy like the whole lore about some fairies. Because as we all know, like, oh sorry.
I was expecting it like, oh yeah, your son's been taken and he's been replaced by like a fairy that like actually collects teeth, like
Very
an
true.
actual tooth fairy.
And I like how the story doesn't outright say that, oh yeah, he was taken away and we're given a changeling. It's kind of hinted at by bringing up like, you know, was he? And like,
is he?
Yeah, and you never really get a true answer if he was. Because all we know, it still could be, you know, Brandon for all we know. But he's just now under the influence of the so-called Tooth Fairy, who's probably given him more, like how I like to think of it. If it's not a changeling that's left behind and it's still Brandon, then I like to think,
Baba Booey.
oh, we just got $50 from Samurai. Two cannibals are eating a clown. One of them asks the other one, does this taste funny to you? And that puts us at $111 out of $100. So guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We made it to our art goal. So, well,
That took
definitely...
me way off guard. I knew the joke and the punchline, and it still got me.
Oh my god.
She's funny to you.
Alright, well, we've met the art goal, so I will get in touch with someone that we have been speaking to, and I'll ask her if she's willing to create this masterpiece. And that'll be the final art goal for now, so we can focus on the previous ones, and then hopefully in the next Wheel of Despair, we'll show off the art goals.
Yeah.
So, yeah, thank you. Thank you guys.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Kazoo.
Yeah. Kazoo, if you're watching this, it's gonna be a fun time.
Draw me in a Speedo.
Oh man,
terrifying.
But yeah, back to this story. Too Many Teeth is a very interesting story. I give it a 9 out of 10.
Yeah, a solid 8.
Yeah, it's very competent, and I think it's one of the better ones that we've read tonight. Honestly. I will say I think I have about like another hour left in me, or 45 minutes, because I do have to work tomorrow.
I'm still good for a good while. It's only like 1 a.m. here, and I don't have work tomorrow, so
nice. See
I'll be in bed.
See, it's now the flip flop for me. You know how usually I always stream on a day where I don't have to work the next day, and you have to work the next day.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it is now the flip flop. I have to work tomorrow.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna be in bed most of tomorrow anyway, because I think I pulled my back at work, so I spent most of today. You know how you feel after you've like run for a very long time, like a marathon, like all your muscles are aching.
Of course, yeah.
It's sort of like that. Like that's how I felt all day. It's just.
I'm sorry, bro.
Whoever invented that deep heat like rub for like muscles and stuff like that, biggest con man on the planet, because it doesn't bloody work. I have smothered myself in this stuff and it hasn't worked. He's a smart man, but his shit doesn't work.
Oh my gosh. Well, I don't know what you're feeling like, Sparky, but would you want to read another story and then do the green text and cryptids as our last thing for tonight?
You're the host. I'll do whatever. If we get a nice short one, it'll be great.
Yeah, I am gonna try and shoot for the short one. So I might. So, ladies and gentlemen, please forgive me, but we'll probably have to spin the wheel a couple of times, because if I wasn't working tomorrow, I would have kept on going. But you know, you gotta get that grind.
Yeah. We couldn't do it Friday because obviously Halloween fell off every day.
Yeah, I wanted to do it last week, but I already had other plans last week, so I didn't want to overstep those. So, but here we go. I'm hoping that we get like some of the troll pastas, like the Halloween the Man. That looked really funny when I was skimming through it.
Yeah, I really need to like read more like creepypastas and stuff like that, because I very rarely contribute to the creepypastas. It's just something I wouldn't look at.
Gotcha. Well, I'm gonna skip this one because that's too long. So we're gonna spin it again.
I would like to focus more on like the cryptids, because I think like cryptids from like each parts of like, because we come from 3 different parts of the world, we have like local legends and stuff like that.
I forget, is Rap Rat long? I think that one's long as well.
SD is saying in the Despair group that Mr. Windermouth is only 6 minutes long.
Alright. Cool.
Mr. Windermouth.
Alright.
Wait, do I still have that meme? I'm gonna send it to SD.
Well, I'm gonna spin it one more time, and whatever we get, that will probably be the one we'll read.
There it is.
Okay, the elevator game is not too long. I'll probably read this one in its entirety, if that's fine.
Oh.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be reading the elevator game, another ritual creepypasta. All right, let me turn on the bonfire. Let me change the current story.
Me leaving a bakery after stealing a baguette.
Baguette. We be baguette.
Had to go baguette deployed.
Oh, gosh. All right.
Soldier, how much bread did you teleport?
I've done nothing but teleport bread for 3 days.
How much?
All right.
Oh, hello, Miss Polly.
I've teleported bread! All right. The elevator game.
The appetizer!
The elevator game is one of the more well-known and easier methods to enter an alternate reality. It is a Korean ritual which involves using an elevator as a vessel to enter the other world. There are many different versions of this game that have slightly altered rules to the versions we will be talking about, but however, for the sake of simplicity, we'll only be talking about the most popular version of the ritual. What you'll need: a building that has at least 10 floors above overground, an elevator in the building that is capable of going 10 floors overground. You must be the only person performing this ritual. If you bring anyone else along with you, the ritual will not work. Once all of those requirements have been ticked off, you may proceed with the ritual. While you can do this ritual at any time, I recommend you do it at a time when it is less busy for reasons that will be stated later on. Is the music playing?
Entering an alternate reality. Like, I can't do that any other time.
Oh my
It
God.
vanishes.
The ritual. Step 1. Enter your chosen building. Step 2. Enter an elevator. Make sure you stay on the first floor. Step 3. Press the button on the 4th floor. If anyone happens to get on with you, do not continue the ritual. This is why I suggested that you do this ritual at times which are less busy. Step 4. Once you reach the 4th floor, do not get out. Press the button for the 2nd floor. If anyone gets on, stop the ritual. Step 5.
Nah, they're coming with me.
Once you reach the 2nd floor, do not get out. Press the button for the 6th floor. If anyone gets on the elevator, stop the ritual. Step 6. Once you reach the 6th floor, do not get out. Press the button for the 2nd floor. If anyone gets on the elevator, stop the ritual. Step 7. Once you reach the 2nd floor, do not get out. Press the button for the 10th floor. If anyone...
I'm seeing a pattern here.
Yeah, same. I am seeing just press this button, press that button. If
Get out.
Yeah, if someone comes on, stop the game. If anyone gets on the ritual, stop the ritual. Step 8. Once you reach the 10th floor, do not get out. Press the button for the 5th floor. If anyone gets on the 5th, or on the elevator, stop the ritual. Now, once you are on the 5th floor, do not get out and press the button for the 1st floor. So far, everything has been dull. You simply press some buttons, wait for the elevator to reach the floor, then pick another floor. All while praying no one else enters the elevator and ruins the ritual. However, this is when things begin to get paranormal. Step 10. A woman might enter the elevator on the 5th floor. If this happens, do not look at her, do not speak to her, do not touch her. She is not what she seems. If you break any of these instructions in bold, you might as well say goodbye to your normal life, and I mean it in a bad way. To put it bluntly, she will take you as one of her own, or she may not capture you immediately and instead try to give you a good scare first before capturing you. Step 11. From here, 2 things will happen. If the elevator descends, the ritual has failed. Once the elevator arrives at the 1st floor, get out, leave the building immediately without comment, and do not turn back whatsoever. You can try the ritual again. Now, if the elevator ascends, you may continue with the ritual. If you are beginning to have second thoughts about this ritual, this is your last chance to stop. To end this ritual, press the button for the first floor before the elevator passes the 9th floor. Once you reach the first floor, leaving the building without comment, and do not turn back. Once the elevator reaches the 10th floor, you have two options. You can either stay aboard the elevator, or you can leave it. Should you choose to leave the elevator, you will need to stay vigilant. You can become easily disoriented in the other world. Reports have varied as to what is in this dimension. Some include mentions of a dark red cross in the sky, and that electronic devices such as phones stop working. The lights may also
Evangelion.
The lights may also be shut off, and there might be a strange mist filling the floor. However, the most prominent feature of this twisted reality is that there will only be you and the woman who entered the elevator. How to exit the alternate reality. Exiting this alternate reality is just as easy as entering it. However, the instructions will vary depending on if you decided to leave the elevator or not. If you choose to stay aboard the elevator, press the button for the first floor. Once you've reached the first floor, leave the building and do not turn back. Now, if you chose to leave the elevator, enter the same elevator you used to enter the other world. Go to the following floors in order shown: 4, 2, 6, 2, 10, 5. Do not get out when the doors open. Once you have reached the 5th floor, press the button for the first floor. The elevator might ascend to the 10th floor. If this happens, cancel the ascension by pressing the button for the first floor repeatedly until the elevator starts descending. Do this before the elevator reaches the 10th floor. Once you have reached the first floor, do not get out just yet. Take a look around the area outside the elevator. Are there people? If so, are they acting normal? Does anything seem out of place? If you feel you have not returned to the normal reality, repeat steps 2 through 4 until you are certain you have left the other world. Step 6. If you have been correct about your judgment and have returned to your own reality, your own normal reality, leave the building without comment and head home immediately without looking back. Step 7. If you have been incorrect about your judgment and have decided to leave the elevator, I'm sorry. The only advice I can give you is to hurry back to the elevator. If you somehow lose track of the elevator or you get caught by something, get comfy, as you will probably never return back to home. Final notes. If you faint while you're in the other world, you'll wake up at your house. However, make sure you look around when you wake up. You might still be in the other world. As previously stated, do not look, touch, or speak to the woman. Her appearance could be an illusion to try and trick you. Make sure you keep a note of these instructions as electronic devices may not work. This page should have given knowledge on how to survive the elevator game, should you foolishly decide to play the game. Of course, you should not do this ritual at all, and any other ritual on this wiki as a matter of fact. However, if you are dared to play this game and do not want to be called a chicken by your friends, then this guide should massively help you.
Oh no! How dare you call me chicken?
Man. It was pretty good. I kind of like this ritual, except for that ending. But if you got called a chicken, then this will help you out. Man, fuck off.
I find it. I got a chuckle out of that line. Exiting the reality is almost as easy as entering it. Nothing about what you read is easy about doing this. You have to go onto it. You have to go to this floor, this floor, this floor. If anyone enters, there's nothing easy about this.
Exactly. There's nothing easy about this ritual. So I would have to print this out and look at it each time. Like, all right, did I get on the right floor? Oh fuck, I'm on the wrong floor. Whoops.
Oh, this building only has 9 floors. Fuck.
Oh man. What the fuck? I
I'm
heard
just
yelling
picturing
outside
some
my
idiot.
Ah.
Some idiot going up and down in an elevator. Whoop, whoop, whoop,
Rob in the
whoop,
chat
whoop.
says, hello, Sock. Well, hello, Rob.
Hello, brother Rob.
Ah, man. I'd say this story was a 9 out of 10. Or, yeah, 9 out of 10.
I also like that as well. Flipping entering an alternate reality. I can do that anytime I want. It just disappears.
My gosh. But I'm gonna check one thing.
Here I go.
I'm gonna check one thing before we continue.
Who joined the call?
Oh, hello? No,
So where? I keep hearing the flipping thing.
I thought I heard something too.
Was that you, Cuco?
Rob, you say don't dox me. Rob, you have your full name. I mean, you have your first and last name, brother.
Don't dox me.
Rob.
He's appeared on camera like, hey, Sock, look where I am.
Yeah, Rob, you've been in a voice call before. Just like, oh, don't dox me, and then your face is right there, and it's like, dude, come on.
You looked through Sock's window while you've been in call.
Oh my gosh. Alright.
You've been talking to Sock in call while looking at him through his window.
Alright. I think what we're gonna do now is, I think we should read the rest of the cryptids, and then try to read half of the green text.
Yes.
Rob says wrong account. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, in the chat, why don't we give a round of applause for Rob over here. Nice job, Rob. Nice job. Oh, man. Yep. Nice job, Rob. I'm in... Oi! I'm in Sock's walls. Yeah, I'm in your walls too, boy. But
yeah, well, I bust through walls.
Oh my gosh. Alright, so I think we will leave off the stories for now. I kind of want to end tonight's stream with one last story, which is Halloween the Man.
Halloween the Man.
But before we do that, we'll read the rest of the green texts, or like a good portion of the green texts, and the rest of the cryptids, so.
Yeah, I want to get to the Knucklery, because it's metal as fuck.
Hell yeah. Rob says, I'm in your mom. No, Uno reverse card. I'm in your mom.
Rob, if you're in my mom, she's probably going to snap you in two.
Oh my
she's
god.
probably going to beat the shit out of you, because you don't fuck with my mother.
Oh my god. Alright, let me turn off the good old bonfire. There we go.
I like to think you just flick a switch and it turns off.
Yeah, it's actually
not even a real.
It's not even real. It's just a little switch on the wall that I turn on every so often.
How the fuck are you guys doing that? I don't know. Is this how it was installed? Click, 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 click.
All right, here we go. Cryptids, everyone. And we get the Tikbalang as our next cryptid.
You made that up.
I did not do such thing there, bucko. Actually, this creature might resemble a certain weird individual that we've met in the past.
I'm not weird.
Like you'll see it when you open it up, Sparky. You'll know immediately. Let me turn on the bonfire as well while we're at it.
Oh my god, not him.
Yeah, exactly him.
I mean, the first line says it all. It scares travelers and leads them astray.
Yeah. But let's talk about the Tikbalang. Actually. And before I turn on the bonfire, let's show everyone a photo of this. Open image and new tab. Yeah. It's a horseman.
Crazy? I'm a horse.
Man. I'm so hungry. How hungry? But the Tikbalang. Tikbalang, also written as Tigbalan, or Tikbalan, is a creature of Filipino folklore said to lurk in the mountains and forests of the Philippines. It is generally described as a tall, bony, humanoid creature with disproportionately long limbs, to the point that its knees reach over its head when it squats down. It has the head and feet of an animal, most commonly a horse. It is sometimes believed to be a transformation of an aborted fetus, which has been sent to the earth from limbo. Superstitions. Tikbalangs are said to scare travelers and lead them astray. Tikbalangs play tricks on travelers such that they keep on returning to an arbitrary path no matter how far he goes or where he turns. Supposedly, this is counteracted by wearing one's shirt inside out. Another countermeasure is to ask permission out loud to pass by or not to produce too much noise while in the woods in order not to offend or disturb the tikbalang.
So how did they do this before shirts were invented?
That's a very good question. A superstition popular with Tagalog of Rizal province is that tikbalangs are benevolent guardians of elemental kingdoms. They are usually found standing at the foot of large trees, looking around for anyone who dares to bestow malignancy on their kingdom's territory. A common saying has that rain from a clear sky means oh God, forgive me for my Tagalog here, or my pronunciation of Tagalog, ladies and gentlemen. Makina kasal na tikbalang, which translates a tikbalang is getting married.
What did you just summon in my room?
This was potentially connected with a similar Spanish proverb that claimed a witch was getting married when there was rain on a sunny day. I remember my mom used to talk about that. If it was raining on a sunny day, a witch was getting married. I remember shit like that. Although many cultures have such sayings in which trickster figures get married, fox's weddings, bear's wedding, monkey's birthday, etc. According to traditional folklore, the tikbalang can also transform itself into a human form or turn invisible to humans. They like to lead travelers astray. Tikbalang are generally associated with dark, sparsely populated foliage overgrown areas, with legends variously identifying their abode as being beneath bridges, in bamboo, or in banana groves, in the top Kalumpang, Sterculia fotida, or balite, Ficus indica trees. I've butchered those words. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen.
Dude, it sounded like you were banging your drum.
Taming a tikbalang. Yeah, it does. It does. By one account, a tikbalang has a mane of sharp spines, with the three thickest of these being particularly important. A person who obtains one of these spines can use them as an anting talisman in order to keep the tikbalang as a servant. The tikbalang must first be subdued. However, by leaping onto it and tying it with a specifically prepared cord, the would-be tamer must then hang on while the creature flies through the air, fighting madly to dislodge its unwelcome rider, until it is exhausted and it acknowledges its defeat.
Oh, you know, if these creatures were real, we'd turn that into a sport. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, it does. Wait. Oh my gosh.
Tikbalang rodeo.
Oh my gosh, imagine like Filipino cowboys.
That'd be the coolest thing.
Alright, I'm just closing out some tabs here. Alright. Oh my gosh.
I saw the fucking face on one of them. I was like...
Like I said, he looks like a familiar horseman that we once knew. I forget who that guy was now.
I wonder if that was any inspiration for BoJack Horseman.
Rehab was supposed to be a fresh start. Oh my gosh, Latin is such a big fan of BoJack Horseman. Like, she's
I
watched
the
that
first
series.
I watched the first series, and then I sort of didn't have a chance to rewatch it again. But there's essentially me in there. There's a dog character that's just me.
Isn't he the one that goes, "What is this? Some sort of crossover episode?"
Yeah.
All right.
He's just a really happy golden retriever, and I'm like, yeah, why is the dog character always so goddamn happy?
All right, our next one is the Nucklevy.
Nucklevy. This is a Scottish. Prepare a warning to you all. This is very metal.
All right, Nucklevy is our next story, ladies and gents. All right, let's turn on the bonfire.
It is from my.
Whenever you're ready, Sparky, go for it.
Okay. The Nucklevy, or Nucklevy, is a creature of oceanic folklore, named for the later corruption of the oceanic Krognalevy, which in turn is a variation of Nok or Nuggle, and is thus related to the Icelandic Nukkjar. It resembles a centaur whose legs are part fin. He has an enormous gaping mouth and a single giant eye, which burns with a red flame. The most gruesome detail of its appearance, it has no skin, black blood courses through its yellow veins, and the pale sinew and powerful muscles are visible in its pulsating mass. The Nucklevy is an assertion to running water, and those who are chased by him have to cross a stream to be rid of him. Some reports claim that he is simply a very large head and two small arms, with all other characteristics mentioned above. The other fear of the Nucklevy is the smell of burning seaweed to create kelp. This will enrage the Nucklevy, sending it into a fit of rage, where it will go on killing fields of cattle. The only person that can stop it is the Mithra of Olasi, another ancient god like Orkneyan mythology.
I just gotta say, he hates the smell of burning seaweed. Well, hey buddy, I love eating seaweed and rice all the time, so I'm good.
Ooh.
Damn fucking fly.
Nuclevids are strongly built and stand nearly 6 feet tall at the horse's head and 9 feet tall at the humanoid head. Weighs around nearly 2,000 pounds.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It is.
That is massive.
It's just basically a skinless, like, it's like a centaur that has, like, the head of the, like, human part pushed back to the torso.
Yeah.
And the horse's head put back. It's really, and this is a common, like, story in Scotland. Like, there's common sightings of this thing.
My gosh. That is terrifying.
It's also believed to be related to the Kelpie, which is like another sea.
I've heard about the Kelpie. Wait, didn't we talk about the Kelpie on the last stream? I forget.
Yeah, I think it was one of the ones we rolled on.
Alright. Yeah, I just kind of forgot, my bad. But we got two more cryptids left. I'll definitely talk about the Chessie.
And the Yowie. The Yowie sounds like the noise you make when you stub your toe.
Yowie, that hurt.
Yowie.
Alright, we got the Chessie. So, this one you might find familiar, Sparky, because it's very much similar to a certain creature of a, big body of water.
It even sounds like it.
Yep. Alright, give me 1 second, folks. The Chessie.
Oh, me bunny Ness.
It's the chess. So, this is a short one, ladies and gents. And this is actually something that's close to me. But the Chessie. Similar in description to the Gloucester sea serpent of the early 1800s, the giant serpent of the Chesapeake Bay has had many witnesses over the years and even has a page dedicated to it on the Maryland's Department of Natural Resources website. In 1936, one of the earliest mentions of Chessie was made when the crew of a military helicopter flying over the Bush River claimed seeing an unknown reptilian beast in the waters below. It wasn't until the early 80s, however, that these reports started to garner some real attention. Thanks to cameras, Chessie's existence became more of a reality as visual evidence of sightings started to file in. In 1982, one family videotaped their sighting from their Kent Island home, which the Smithsonian then held a mini symposium on. They concluded that the video, along with a previously unreleased image by a local woman, proved that something was alive in the Chesapeake Bay. What was it, though? They could not determine. Witnesses compare Chessie to an anaconda or a python, serpentine, snake-like, or dark in color. It is said to be 30 feet in length and about as thick as a telephone pole. Some say there is more than just one living in the waters of the Chesapeake. While there hasn't been any reports of the nefarious behavior on part of the Chessie, a 30-foot slithering sea creature is not something many of us would welcome or like to encounter. Over the years, reported sightings have subsided, but the curiosity remains, and this is the only photo that we are provided, ladies and gentlemen. That I'm not gonna lie with you. That looks like
sperm.
Yeah, sperm. I'm trying to beat the race. Oh man.
Don't go back.
Oh lordy. Well, we've got one more, and that is the Yowie, and this is read by SD. So we will, and looking at it, this is very much what we were talking about earlier, Sparky.
Yeah, an Australian Bigfoot.
Yeah, this is basically the Australian Bigfoot, just like the Yeti is, like the.
It's sexy. What are you talking about, mate? Oh fuck yeah, mate.
What's the first thing when you have to start your day? You wake up.
Oh, how long have I been out? It's Thursday, mate. Oh fuck, have I been out for 4 days? No, mate, you've been out for 11.
I still need to watch that series. But
it was amazing.
All right, I'm gonna let SD do the talking, and yeah.
If you like Tabers, you'll love Big Les.
All right.
Yowie. Yowie, also known as Yahoo, Yuri, Hairy Man, or Yahoo, is a fanged humanoid marsupial great ape featured in Aboriginal mythology along with Australian raptors, bunyips, and Burringer. The Yowie is considered to be the Australian Bigfoot and contain many primate-like features, possibly indicating that it is an undiscovered species of great ape, possibly a relative of Gigantopithecus or prehistoric human. The Yowie is described as being one of the most aggressive Sasquatch species and has been reported tearing heads off of kangaroos and dogs. It has been seen attacking humans as well. However, that is rare. Description. The Yowie is described to be around 5 to 9 feet tall, with a large red mouth and talon-like claws according to Aboriginal legends. It is also noted that the Yowie contained 2 large fang-like canines which distinguish the Yowie from other Bigfoot species. It usually has brown or reddish fur. Like most Bigfoot species, it is theorized that the Yowie descends from an ancient ape called Gigantopithecus blackie. While the Giganto Bigfoot theory may be valid, it is highly unlikely that the Yowie descends from the same Asian ape, as creatures from Asia never made it to Australia due to seed death and vice versa. Creatures from Australia never made it to Asia. This separation is marked by the Wallace Line. Another theory is that they may be a living Homo erectus? Sparky, look at this. Homo erectus.
Yes, we see this SD. Homo
expand dog. The presence of which in
insert
prehistoric
Donkey Kong
Australia is
here.
suspected but not proven, or a particularly primitive tribe. There are some 140 placental animals known to exist in Australia, most belonging to the order
is Australian
Carpentera,
Bigfoot Donkey
bats,
Kong?
and Rodentia, rodents. Some cryptozoologists theories that the Yowie could be some form of bipedal marsupial,
That's a
such as a
great
descendant
title.
of the New Guinean
Like,
Hulitherium.
imagine going to a party and
due
saying
to
you're
the
a
fact that there are no primates
cryptozoologist.
native,
Oh my God, that'd be
evolution-wise,
pretty
to
cool.
Australia in the fossil
Yeah.
record. Recent sightings. The most recent sightings were reported in early 2021. 3 sightings of a Yarri creature were reported in 2021 and at least 6 sightings in 2020. All of the sightings were reported in the state of Queensland.
You know, I guess this is the white part of me speaking here, but like, I'd like to go visit some of these places just to see. What are these? You know, little what are some of these cryptids like? You know.
Yeah, like.
So these are very interesting.
Like, as much as it would terrify me, I'd love to see the Mothman.
Oh my god, yes. You know, that's actually one of the things I'll bring up in the next stream. I'll definitely be bringing up more Appalachia cryptids next time. Because I'm a little bit more familiar with those than I am with the cryptids of the Philippines. Because I basically grew up in the Appalachia.
More Scottish ones, because we have some great Nordic and Scottish like things in that. Like, God of War Ragnarok is really accurate for like local legends of like Scotland and things like that, like Pan and Mimir and stuff like that.
Well, yeah, I think
Mimir, smartest man alive.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna do about half of the green text tonight, or the other half, or like we're gonna do a good portion of the green text, and we'll leave some for the next streams, and then we'll end it off with one final story, that being Halloween the Man, because of course it is Halloween. So,
wait, is it? Oh, that's why people have been knocking on my door. I've just been sitting here eating all the candy.
Oh Lord! All right, so let's see.
Yeah, I got a few of the little anchor-biters.
I'll do 5. Actually, no. If I do 5 and you do 6, or vice versa, we'll basically get all through the green text. So, never mind. We might be able to get through all this.
Yeah.
All right, but first, let me take care of something. Let me.
Lightning round. Zaro pestering you again, side-eyeing.
Oh no, she's not side-eyeing me. I'm just deleting this wheel over here. There we go. Because now we're done with the cryptids.
Until next month.
Until next month, ladies and gents. But here we go. A musky yet familiar smell. Oh my god! Shut up! No. Oh.
Wow, we managed to go. We've been streaming 4 hours and we didn't make one musty and yet familiar smell.
Anon gives Random Kid a what?
Random Kid says what?
Man. Oh, I know it. I mean, I haven't read this, but I know the title of it, and I'm not going to say it. Oh, boy.
Fuck, I lost the...
Alright. I can begin this one if you want, Sparky.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. Which one is it? This one is Anon gives Random Kid a... I'm not going to say that, even though it says it right there on the screen.
A fiesta.
Yeah, fiesta, yeah. Editor, can you scratch out that word and put fiesta in? That'd be perfect. Thanks.
It is?
B-girl, middle school, early 2000s. Walking to class. Sees some short kid getting shoved into the locker. Tiny little Hispanic kid and his 2 goons are harassing this kid for lunch money. Is this real life? Talk to the little Hispanic kid and put him in a chicken hold. Or take the little Hispanic kid and put him in a chicken hold. Tell him if he touches this kid again, I'll beat his face into the locker so hard his parents won't be able to recognize him. He calls his goons off and runs away. Short kid follows me around for the rest of the school year, carrying my books, taking care of my Tamagotchi, and letting me use his head as an armrest. A couple of years ago, I looked him up on Facebook and found he publicly joined a muscle girl appreciation group.
Yeah, he didn't give him it. He just developed it naturally. We all have it.
Oh, no, not the penis monkey. Who? Shannick, no. I see that. I see that chat popped up. Do not bring up the penis monkey.
Also, Sparky, yeah. I'll read I'll put Nessie on the next cryptid figures, and I'll read it full Scottish. Oh, me wee lassie Nessie.
Oh my gosh. All right, that was a short. I like that one. That was actually kind of sweet in its own right.
Yeah.
Ain't
They
nothing
say
wrong.
we all have that. We all have that muscle fetish.
Yeah. All
That's
right.
why I like pearl-hipped girls, pear-hipped girls.
Nerf. Oh, actually no. It's Anon's being friend zoned. Hello, Sparky.
Oh no.
It is yours.
Anon's being friend zone. What the fuck?
There's no such thing as the friend zone. Friend zone. Oh
Fucking damage.
God, my computer just went for a second.
It probably couldn't contain the manliness that is that image.
Oh my gosh. It's the fucking, this shit will never be like this, and then he spits out his fucking cereal.
But he's fucking jacked. Only had one friend in my childhood. She was a feminine. Fall in love with her. Friend zoned. Stay friends as she's all I've got. Both moved to a different uni after high school. 0 friends at uni. Try to stay in contact with her. Epic ignore. Go visit her at university as a surprise. See her kissing some alpha. OK.jpg. Talk to her the next day. Was nice. Still friend zoned. Don't see her for years after that. Decide to do something with my life. Join the army. Get sent to fight somewhere in the east. Been there for a few years. Made one friend in the army. He got shot and died.
Oh, damn.
Damn. Rip. Think about the girl I love every day. Write her letters. No response. Leave the army after returning home. Buy my own house. After a few years, the girl comes to my... Oh, I know where this is going.
Don't spoil it for me, because I don't even know where this is going.
He's in deep shit and has nowhere else to go. Happiest time of my life. Still can't bear to be friends with her. Tell girl I love her. Again. Everything went better than expected. Have... Make out with her. Next morning, she's not at the house anymore. Don't see her a few years again. Few years later, I get a message from her. Go visit girl. She has a kid. My kid.
Oh.
We get married. 1 year she dies. Single father. Not a chance of ever getting a woman again. My name is Forrest Gump.
Jenny.
Lieutenant Dan. I figured it out when he meets his one friend. I'm like, Bubba.
Yeah, no.
What
Like,
does Gavin do is Forrest?
I finally caught on when it said, "Go visit girl. She has a child. My child." I'm like, fuck. I know where this is going. God damn
Son of
it.
a bitch.
Mama always told me life is like a box of chocolates. Never know what you're gonna get.
Oh, that's something we need to add to the green text. Is movies described poorly.
You know what my favorite one is? It's a short one. It's like only one sentence. It's literally one guy going, you know, my favorite scene from American Psycho is when Patrick Bateman said, or not Patrick Bateman, what was the guy that he kills?
I can't remember his name.
I forget his name, but he says, when the character looks at Patrick and goes, "Oh my God, Patrick, it was you! You were the American Psycho!"
Yeah.
He didn't fucking say that in the movie!
Yeah. I could tell you the song he's listening to, but I couldn't tell you the guy he kills. He's listening to Huey Louie.
Yeah, Huey Lewis in the news. Oh my gosh.
Hey, Mike. Catch.
Alright, let's see what other one we get tonight.
Kuko's also adding, did you add it?
Oh. I haven't added it onto the list, but I will make sure to add it on for the next Wheel of Despair, Kuko. If you're watching this as well. But we will make sure to add that on, so no worries.
And on goes for a wild ride.
Oh boy, I can't wait. I can't wait for what this one is. Alright, F11. Blow it up for the people at home. Be me. Have GF of 3 years. Known her since high school. Wear glasses with thick as fuck lenses. Hanging with friend. Known him since high school as well. Go to watch Netflix. Renew _membership.jpg. Ah, shit. Gotta put in my new debit card info. Old one expired. Oh, don't worry about it, Anon. I'll log into my account. Whatever.jpg. He jokes and says not to look while he types his password. I turn my head, but can see the reflection on my TV clearly in my lenses. Watch as he clearly types out Star Wars 2 greater than symbol 6. What the fuck? Watch some shows and he leaves. Think about it later. Decide to try that password on some of his accounts. Works on his Facebook and email. Read some shit on his Facebook. Scroll way back. Nothing _ interesting.raw. Mildly _ nostalgic.bmp. Check his email. Just full of random spam and shit. Search for a name for no specific reason. Find email where he emailed a phone number talking about me from 5 years ago. Anon can't know. Don't let Anon find out. Freak out a little. Check the phone number. It's my girlfriend's number. Feel like shit. Expecting something really bad. Feel like all my friends have been lying to me. Keep looking and reading. Pieceit.together.gif. They dated for a bit when I was away at school. She broke up with him because she wanted to be with me. He respected her wishes. She didn't want me to know and not want to be with her. Girlfriend didn't do anything. Friend actually a good guy and solid friend. How can I still be friends with someone who thinks Attack of the Clones is better than Return of the Jedi? What the fuck? Is that what you're hung up about? Oh my god.
How can I still be friends that thinks Attack of the Clones is better than Return?
What the fuck?
I knew as soon as I read that Star Wars 2 greater than 6, I was like,
Oh
he's
my
still
God.
fucking, he's gonna think the prequels is better than the original.
Look, the only prequel film that was actually really good was 3, Revenge of the Sith, alright?
Yeah.
That was the only the only good prequel.
It means to have a funny story.
No, you can't bring Jar Jar. Oh my god.
Buy my mixtape.
Oh my god.
Yeah, man, wowie
Anon played the long game and won. Well, Sparky, this is yours.
This one's mine. Who else here has a contingency plan? Be me, 22. Chad with flowing locks, chiseled body, overall high charisma stat. Date a chubby 7 out of 10 virgin with huge knockers.
Oh boy.
Friend makes comment, but overall nobody acknowledges our point difference but her. Anon, I don't deserve someone as hot as you. Comfort her. Take her V card.
Oh my
Let
god.
myself go. Gain 40 pounds. Hair falls out by the time I'm 24. I'm barely a 5 out of 10. She slims down is now a solid 8. She still loves me and is constantly planning our wedding. Put in the hours while you still can, bros. I'm thankful every day I didn't drop her to fuck around with some vapid bitch.
Okay, you know, it may have started off very, misogynistic. However, he was loyal. Yeah, no, he
had a plan. He fucking saw it through.
Yeah, he saw her and kept with her.
Yeah,
what are you
true
doing,
love.
Zoro? You're looking behind the TV again.
Not side eye.
She's not side-eyeing me. She's like looking at the TV.
Oh no, my dog side-eyed me for something fierce today. I was sat on the sofa, like nestling my back, and I've got this cupboard where I keep treats for them, and she was like, "You getting one? You getting me one or what? Are you getting? Are you getting?"
No, Zoro does the same thing
Even
when
her
like she
sister
wants
was looking
food.
at her, going, "Just tell him."
All right, let's read this next one.
We need a Zoro cam.
I wish, but she likes to move around a lot, so.
Oh, you should have it attached to the back of her head. or one of them ones on her collar, just like around her neck.
All right, Anon at the gym. Gotta get them gains, bro.
What's the gate?
All right, Anon at the
Size of the
gym.
prize. Let's fucking go.
Oh my god, I can barely see these. Editor, you might have to blow this up for us in the
Control the mouse wheel.
it doesn't zoom in because it doesn't have the feature
Well,
to zoom
do you
in.
want me to read it then, or?
I got it. I mean, I wanted to zoom in just for the people at home could see it as well.
Oh.
Post your last Myers. Be me, doing leg extensions. After second set, notice old lady, like 70 plus years old, sitting at the shake bar, staring hard. Pretend not to notice. Kachimurin.exe. Next set, make sure to strain and flex extra hard. Slowdownbaby.mov. Make my best mid-stroke face. Must have had a thing for Dick Clark, cause she's obviously gushing. Finish set strong. Best set of the day. Looking right at her. Still staring, smile, and wink as I get up. Thanks for the gains, Granny.
Oh god, that picture makes it 100 times worse.
I don't like. I need a bath after that. We're moving to the next story. I'm spinning it. We don't need any more. Nerf humans. That's what we're reading next. That's you, Sparky.
Which one's that? Nerf humans. Naked grandma.
Naked, huh? Oh, hey,
What the
Zorro.
fuck are these assholes?
Oh, hold up.
No, sir.
Zorro, why are you in front of the screen again?
I want to read it.
Zorro, no one can understand you because you speak cat. Alright.
If you want.
Whenever you're ready.
I'm just reading what Samurai just put. If you want, I can show you the videos of the green bagger. I think he means the 5 Mark Rafalas.
0 out of 5.
What the fuck are these assholes getting nerfed? No fur, they only have 2 legs, no claws, shitty jaw that can't bite anything, can just throw sticks and fucking walk. Throw sticks, ow that fucking hurts. Run away, haha, get wrecked, ape cooks, Lamau. Stop for a rest. As I regen HP, Ape Man comes walking over the hill. Have to run again, can't get as far as stamina has already taken a hit. Not long into rest, sure enough, Ape is back again. He's still just walking. Can only run so far. He just keeps walking. This is fucking bullshit and I'm sick of the server admins not doing fuck all about it. This is a clear infinite stamina exploit and this F tier character should not be taking on S tiers and winning because just because of one piece of his kit. I am starting to a change.org petition so the devs sort this bullshit out.
Oh my
It's because some fucker's gotta stop playing until this bullshit's fixed.
Oh my god. What was this, Far Cry Primal?
I can just imagine God looking at the forums, just seeing what they're moaning about now.
God, the ultimate developer is just like, oh my god.
Well,
They're
maybe
complaining
that's
about,
why
okay,
some-
fine, I'll take them out of the next update. Fuck.
Fucking next update's the fucking meteor.
Oh my gosh. Meteor event coming soon. Everyone prepare.
We're gonna do a complete server wipe. Drops nuke.
Alright, I'm about to do the server wipe. This time it's a flood. My selected few, get on that boat now.
Yeah. If you got GM passes, just...
Oh my god. Well, here we go. Another green text coming right up.
Now I'm just picturing a caveman activating no clip.
Oh my god. The mind of an American. Oh. It's cheeseburgers, apple pie, wrestling. That's all you need to know about us Americans.
No, I just imagine it's a canary screaming.
You mean a bald eagle?
Freedom, motherfucker! Do you speak it?
Freedom rings, motherfucker! British documentary. Here, in the jungles of Bahata Tutha, the praying mantis is in search of its prey. 3 minutes of a very clean and uninterrupted footage of the praying mantis following a spider. No room at all for misinterpretation. American documentary. Guitar riffs playing in the background. You probably wouldn't want one of these killers in your backyard. Rapid jump cuts of the praying mantis. The praying mantis might look like a bug in church, but this nasty mother sucker is not to be messed with. More flashy jump cuts. This little spider doesn't know what's waiting for him. The fury of the mantis is not to be underestimated. More flashy jump cuts. The mantis strikes. Strange animal growling and screeching noises are dubbed in as it attacks, because silent footage is too boring for Americans. Slow-mo replay for the attack in black and white. And it's over in a flash. That little spider should have prayed to the mantis. Star wipe to the next clip. Yep, this is pretty much America.
It's just it's fucking accurate as shit.
Oh my god. Accurate documentaries here in the States.
Yeah, but David Attenborough has just that voice that just makes you listen. Like, even Americans would just sit there listening to him. Here, the praying mantis, ready to follow the spider.
I like, what's his name? Not Hammond. James May doing any sort of...
Hammond,
you small man, where's the Sambo Levy? I wrecked it, mate. Anon has a kink. Uh-oh. Kinky.
Kinky. Oh, we read this one.
We have?
Oh, no. Be me, the quiet kid back in high school days. Be relentlessly bullied by this gaggle of obnoxious loud thoughts. Everywhere I go, just come along yapping all the goddamn time. They have one alpha broad. She is by far the worst. Let's call her Emily. Fat like the sun, greasy hair, wears either saggy curtains like clothing or yoga pants. Beached whale carcass.png.
Oh my god.
One time they find me eating lunch in the cafeteria. They serve some meaty slop that day, so the cafeteria is just stuffed full of people. Emily sits at the table next to me and her gang and the mandatory orbiters around them. Here it comes. They start their ordinary play in front of everyone, making fun of me as usual. Their beta orbiters carry the snickering further. Yep, this is it. I can't take it no more. I can't take this shit no more.
Oh my god. Wings of Redemption.
Turn over to her and wait for the moment where it looks like Emily is talking to me. Loudly proclaim, yes, I would like you to sit on my face. The entire cafeteria falls silent, everyone looking at us. The whale goes red like a Coke can. Some guy in the back breaks the silence. Everyone starts laughing. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. Don't fucking test me.
Oh my god. Oh, Jesus Christ.
I just imagine this big smoke guy in the back, like he's not even part of the school. He's just
damn. Damn, white boy. White
yes,
boy,
I would
kinky.
like to sit on my face.
Oh my god. All right.
It's just like the regular show, just Mordecai and Rigby stand up. Oh,
what? A man enters a restaurant. Oh boy, this sounds like a setup to a joke. Oh, hello. That wasn't supposed to happen. There we go. A man walks into a restaurant. All right. F11, and we'll zoom in a little bit. There we go.
Even worse.
It's from Australia.
It's
A man
puns.
A man enters a restaurant and says to the man behind the counter, "Oh man, I'm hungry. I've been rushing all day and I ran over here as soon as my break started. Anyway, can ya recommend me anything on the menu?" "Course I can, sir. The BLT is excellent. Bacon? Norway. Too much grease. Would Jamaica BLT, but with turkey instead? I can, but Israeli busy, and I have Samoa customers to take care of, so I'd have to make Kuwait. Is that okay? I'm gonna take the rest of the day off. That won't be an issue. Okay, Denmark yourself comfortable.
So fucking dumb.
I want to die after reading that. Thanks.
I love that you read it in the fucking My Immortal voice as well.
Oh my god. I haven't read My Immortal in such a long time. In fact, we still haven't finished reading that.
No, we never.
Oh my god.
We need to strong arm Mima back into it.
Yeah. Ken, if you're watching this, we also need to get back into this as well. Whenever we need to finish reading that. The reason why it took so long as well,
we need to bring back messed up Malfoy.
Oh my god, I still have the images. Alright, we got our last two green text for the night.
Oh god, that was excruciating.
And this is yours, Sparky. She called him short. And I will read Anon Hates Apple.
Going home after my niece's
quincentenary. Alright.
That Peepo looks like Andrew Tate.
I think it's supposed to be a parody of Andrew Tate.
Going home after my niece's quincentenary party.
Quinceanera.
Funny accent word. Saw a gang of 3 high school girls bullying an Asian fat girl down the road. Mildly drunk, so I intervened. Not even trying to save Fatty. I simply was in the mood for some conflict.
Oh my god.
Oh, I love that thinking. Tell them to leave her alone. They tell me to fuck off. One mentions that I'm short. I'm actually 5'5".
Oh,
I slap her in the face with all my strength, but she falls back crying. Her friends pick her up and leave in insults. Ask Fatty if she's alright. She asks a few questions about me. She leaves and thanks me. Go back home. Still seething in anger. Why am I like this? I just slept a high school.
Oh my god, that is on the grounds of you getting arrested.
Yeah, but if he's 5'5", he'll blend right in.
Oh my god. And our final story, or our final green text of the night, is Anon Hates Apple. Apple's the worst fucking company ever. Maybe back when Steve Jobs was alive, it was a little better and slightly respectable, but holy shit, he must be rolling in his grave right now. Beat me. A few weeks ago, go to Apple Store to get battery replaced. Spend an hour and 30 minutes walking around. Come back. They tell me the phone is missing some parts, so the battery is unreplaceable. Next day, go to shitty PC Fix. Feces everywhere. Legit the most dingiest fucking place alive. Ask to get battery replaced. He goes into the back for 15 to 30 minutes. Comes back, battery health is replaced in 100% capacity. Ask if any parts were missing. They weren't. Pay the $60 and walk out. Planned obsolescence is real boyos.
Yeah, that sounds about right for...
Yeah, but you know, the worst part in this, now I'm getting to actual real stuff about Apple. Apple is now actually done this since I want to say iPhone 13, which is literally, you cannot take, if you have problems with your phone, your Apple device, it has to strictly go to Apple, because if you take it to a third party and they fix it, it's going to come back as broken even more. Because Apple has designed their own tools and their own specific ways of fixing the devices with their tools. And so if any other product... What's that?
Can't remember the brand of laptop, but I think Dell do the same thing with their laptops as well.
Jesus.
They like if you take the battery out of a Dell laptop, getting the fucker back in is like trying to put Christmas lights back in it.
Oh, God. So our final story for the night, and before we head out... Oh, nope, that's not what I meant to do. Why do I keep opening up Steam? So our final story for the night, ladies and gentlemen.
Look, I know you want to get on Helldivers, but goddamn, can we do this?
I wish I could get on Helldivers. after the stream.
Yeah,
but-
check out the guy here. Check out this guy who bought a new Steam Deck. They got
It's
money
pretty
bags
cool.
over here.
All right, Halloween.
Haven't
the
been able
Man.
to pry it out of his hands since he flipping bought it.
Let me go. All
Takes it
right.
to bed with him. Takes it on the bus. It's practically glued to his hands now.
I mean, I've only used it like since Tuesday. I haven't been able to use it since then because I've been busy with work. But
Did you mention that I did look at like getting one for myself, and I was like, nope, pay off the PC first.
well, ladies and gentlemen, our last story for tonight, and a great way to end Halloween, is a story that has Halloween in it. Halloween the Man.
Halloween the Man.
And this one's a short one, so I'll take the reins on this. Before we begin, let us firstly set the scene. Our story took place during the winter in a regular town way out in the English countryside. A man was working late in a lonely office building. Tack, tack, tack was the sound of his keyboard. Click, click, click was the sound of his mouse. He glanced at his watch and saw it was already 6 in the evening. He shut down his computer and pushed his chair back, allowing him to stand up. The wheel scratched the floor and the sound echoed through the office. Everyone else was on vacation. He exited his cubicle and grabbed his jacket on the way. The sound of his steps filled the maze of half walls as he walked to the elevator. The man stepped out of the elevator on the ground floor as he strolled out of the lobby. He tipped his hat to the receptionist, but was surprised when the kind old lady did not reply. He glanced over his shoulder and remembered she too was on vacation. The man stepped out the door into the cold. Although there was no snow, he walked down the road with his hands in his pockets to the bus stop. He waited a few minutes and saw the bus driving towards him. He stepped up and entered the bus, greeting the chauffeur on the way down to the back of the bus. He greeted an old man on his way, but did not bother to converse. The man sat in the back of the bus as usual and closed his eyes. He knew how many stops there were until his destination, but oddly enough, time seemed slower because even after a few minutes, the bus had not stopped. He opened his eyes and simultaneously the bus stopped. He saw the old man step out of the bus and the man glanced out of the window. That's odd, he thought to himself. He wondered why the old man had stepped off near the mall instead of near the factory as he used to, as he had for years. The man shook the thought out of his head and leaned back, waiting only 2 additional minutes until he had reached his neighborhood. He stepped off and began walking to his house. The man grabbed hold of the fence gate, but it had not been closed. He shut the fence gate behind him and continued towards the front door, which he unlocked and entered. He turned on the lights and took off his shoes and jacket. "I'm home," he called, but was only answered by his own echo. Now, this was peculiar. His wife could not have gone shopping as she always did so in the afternoon, so she could be having a glass of wine with the neighbor. But thinking that through again, the man realized the neighbors had gone on vacation as well. The man went to the kitchen to find that she was not there. He looked in the living room, and she was not there. He looked in the dining room, and yet she was not there. The man decided to go upstairs to look for her. As he stepped up the stairs, they creaked. He walked into the bedroom and found nothing but the nightstand and an untidy bed. He stepped out into the hallway again and checked the guest room, which had not been used for years. There were a couple of spider webs in the corner as usual, but nothing else. He even looked into the bathroom, but she was still not anywhere to be seen. The man put his hands on his waist and sighed. He glanced up in frustration and noticed strange scratch marks on the attic hatch. He pulled down the ladder and peeked his head above the attic floor. He turned around and saw nothing but some old, dusty boxes, although one seemed to have been dusted off. The man climbed down the ladder and pushed it up to its usual position. He decided to check the basement before asking around in the neighborhood. The stairs creaked again as he walked down the stairs. He walked through the empty hallway to the basement door and opened it. The man entered into the darkness. When he had reached the bottom of the stairwell, he turned on the lights. He immediately noticed a long streak of stained red substance. His heart started beating rapidly. He followed what he had now realized was blood, his eyes, and gazed upon the wall where there were written in blood, "You left the stove on."
You. Oh, she always has to get the fucking last word in, bitch.
Oh my god! I left the stove on! Fuck!
Oh, you didn't even put my dinner on, woman.
God damn it, woman.
God damn it, the goddamn... And then
It's the
when I looked
goddamn
down at
Loch
my
Ness
wife,
monster.
I looked down at my wife and she was a 40-foot police
It was an
officer.
8-story-foot-long, pale-legged creature. Goddamn Loch Ness monster tricked me again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it seems that we are at that time of the night again, where we have to leave the studio. But before we do so, as always, just want to say thank you all for coming out tonight and enjoying your Halloween with us. Before I do my usual stuff, Sparky, do you have anything you'd like to chill out, or anything you'd like to say about the stream tonight and such?
I had a lot of fun. I really look forward to these streams. And if you want to find me, you can find me poking around in Sock server. Just give me a poke and I will invite... Once I get to know you, I will invite you to the Eye of the Storm, which is my server.
Nice. Well, I have to say tonight's stream was actually pretty nice. Though we didn't get to watch a lot of videos tonight, we did get to read a lot of stories, which we haven't read a lot in the past few streams, I feel like. So this was kind of great that we're kind of going back to that form of just reading the stories instead. But yeah. This was great. I'm kind of glad that I'm able to start doing all this again. So
hopefully next month we'll have SD back. He says he'll be available for. Hopefully he'll be available for next month's Wheel.
Yeah, I hope you'll be back, man. But I guess with everything, I just want to say again, thank you all for coming out. If you liked tonight's stream, please leave a like and comment down below and tell us what you liked about the stream, whatnot. And if you like what I do so far, then hey, click on that subscribe button, you know. You don't have to do it, but you know, Sparky over here is gonna force you to do it. So
I'm gonna hit you if you don't do it. I'm gonna find you.
Man.
Here's to another 12 months. Another year.
It has been a great year of the Wheel of Despair. Oh man.
If we can bully SD enough, we'll probably put like a highlight reel together of like our funniest moments. But we'll have to like, go through all and figure that. I'm off. I'm off work next week. I'll probably look for and find funny moments to like maybe fig together.
All right, cool. Yeah, I've been meaning to do the same. I've been meaning to do more with like the Be Right Back screen, ladies and gentlemen. I know I still have the Lethal Company one up. I've been meaning to change that. I'm just kind of lazy at times, and I apologize. But yeah. With all that, thank you all again, and well, we'll see you here next time at the same place. Maybe not at the same time, but same place. And also, if you want to be kept up to date on like these streams or whatnot, I'll regularly post on my server about when I'm doing an upcoming stream. So the server link is down in the description below, so check that out if you'd like. And like Sparky says, you can
gaming streams going.
Oh, what's that?
We should get more gaming streams going.
Yeah, I've been meaning to do more gaming streams again.
Your mouthwash one was really good.
Oh, I absolutely love that game. That was a great game.
Friendship ended with Singularis.
Oh, you mean Signalis? Well, actually, I've been playing Signalis music the entire time for this stream.
So you haven't abandoned it?
Oh no, I still like it. I plan on playing that game with Latin soon. I want to see her take on it. So, but yeah, if you want to be kept up to date, just check the Discord. It's in the description of this video or live stream if you're watching it live. So, yeah, with that, we're gonna get out of here. I'm gonna go to bed. And y'all have a great night and happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween. Don't poke the flu.
Ladies and gentlemen, I actually have one more thing before we head out for the night. We got an important message from our good friend SD, and that is...
Are you guys going trick-or-treating?
Fuck.